Good morning. We're back. We're back at it. Alright. Lots of housekeeping stuff to attend to this morning. So first things first, let's post a message. Good morning. Let's pin that. Cool. Now we need to open a new. Well, actually, hold on. Man, why can't I cannot get my Windows machine to stop switching back to light mode? Let's see. I wonder why it keeps doing that. Good morning, Wilo Gamer Pro. You are first, indeed, sir. How are you doing? Sorry, I had to turn off the music because I opened the wrong browser. There we go. Okay, so go to Discord. We'll pop in there and make sure we got an event created. Also looks like maybe my Discord bot died. That's funny. Great, good morning. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Yeah, no complaints other than this stupid Windows light mode bug. But yeah, I can't complain. Actually, we're getting ready to start our big holiday week. We have some family that's coming into town this afternoon, and the house will be full with a bunch of cousins and kiddos. So that'll be fun. It's Thanksgiving here in the United States. I don't know if other people. I mean, I'm guessing that's just an American holiday. So if you're not in the United States, then you probably aren't worried about it. To restart it. That's the second time it's died, too. Discord bot, live. We'll edit this real quick. Save. There we go. Save that. Okay. Create a Discord event. We're hanging out on YouTube this morning. Copy link. Sorry, I'm doing a bunch of this housekeeping stuff that I forgot to do last night. Okay, that's good. So that's taken care of. Now we need to go and see about what do we need to go and see about now? Now we need to go and see about the members list. So that thing that you see scrolling across the screen, for whatever reason, YouTube will not give me access to my list of members programmatically. So I have to update this thing manually. Oh, we still have 104 members, so that's good for now. I think there's going to be a bunch of gifted members that fall off. Okay, so that's all the housekeeping stuff. We did the Discord event, we pinned a message, we double checked the members list. Yeah, we should be good to go. Real quick though, before we actually jump into writing some Go code, I want to. So I've been having this bug the last few days on my machine where, um, basically every time I switch my Windows machine to dark mode, after a period of time, it switches back to light mode. And so I want to do a quick search to see if anyone else on the internet is having the same issue. Windows keeps switching to light mode. What is the benefits of members? Noob. Hello, Noob. Good to see you, man. Good morning. Really right now it's not much. Discord, you get access to members only videos, and you get access to a members only Discord channel. And then you just get to be able to claim that you're a member of Stephen Freeborn's YouTube channel. And there's only 104 people on Earth that can say that. But obviously, I'm open to for if you guys have ideas for things you'd like to see from a members. If there's benefits you'd like to see for members, I'm always open to it. But right now, more than anything, it's just a way to support the channel. It's definitely not expected, though. Like, I don't expect anybody to be a member. Like, I have a day job, you know? But if you guys want to be members, that's obviously super, super appreciated. Here we go. This is from 1 month ago. When PowerToys is installed. Robin, thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate it. When PowerToys is installed, disabled light switch. Okay. I do have PowerToys installed. They said disable light switch. Light switch. Easily switch between light and dark mode on the schedule automatically or with a shortcut. Huh. I don't think I'm hitting that, but let's see if we turn that off. Does that fix our problem? We'll leave it sit there for a minute. Man, if that fixes it, I'm gonna be. I love PowerToys, but if PowerToys was forcing me to use light mode randomly, angry dad shake fist at computer. All right, well maybe that was it, dude. That's pretty crazy. Okay, so if you're new here, if you're not new here, great. But if you are new here, then you know that I've been trying to learn Go for the last like 3 weeks or whatever, in hopes of doing Advent of Code in December. But what we're doing right now is we're exploring how we build applications with Go because we haven't really done too much of that. So we've built, so we're basically, as far as our learning plan goes, this was our overall goal. And if I had to, I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm pretty confident that this thing is checked. We're going to have a lot of fun in Advent of Code. So what we're doing right now is we're actually building some projects. Now, we've built one project so far called links.stephenfreeborn.com, which is essentially just a static website served from a Go process, basically, is what it is. But it works. We can do all the things that you would want to do, which is great. Actually, hold on. That should be opening in a separate window, and it didn't. I found a bug. Let's see. Yeah, we're missing a property. So let's fix that really quick. So let's go to links.stephenfreeborn.com. Let's go and do NeoVim, because I use NeoVim, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew that, but Also, I need to make my right sidebar decrease width. Is there a way you can spam it? Like spam decreasing width? Let's see, that's like 5, Control W. Why isn't it working? Prince, thanks for subbing. I appreciate you, sir. Anywho, what I want to do is I want to go to my template here, and instead of just rendering a link, I want to add a target. So I want to put a target of, what do I want to put here? What do you set the target to? Here's a little pop quiz. What do you set the target to if you want it to open in a new window? Blank. That's what you set it to. So let's do get checkout b fix open links in new, I guess, tab, or it's yeah, new tab's fine. Get push get lazy get, and we'll add that in. We'll commit fix set target attribute on links to blank. I love that program. I love lazy get and lazy docker both. Just wonderful programs. I'll do GHPR create. Also, what would anyone do without GitHub CLI? Like, such an awesome CLI. So we do GHPR checks watch, and then we kick back, and we drink our coffee. What? Why are there no checks running? There should be checks. GHPR view -- web. This web editor or command line to resolve conflicts. Huh. Is there no checks running because there's conflicts on the branch? Or is something busted with my workflow? Should be pull requesting domain. Huh. I want to accept the current. No, accept incoming. Nope, that's not what I want. Can I edit this? I want to get rid of this. Why is this so... Oh, shoot. This branch was out of date. This is why I'm having issues. Okay, never mind. We're... I think it was out of date. Honestly, don't know. There shouldn't be any conflicts, and I don't know why they're having conflicts now at this point. So accept current changes, which is this. But why are there all these extra links here? Okay, I'm gonna abandon this PR because I don't understand. I don't understand why this branch is so fucked up. Yeah, close this pull request. Okay, get checkout main. Get pull. Get branch delete. No, I really mean it, so I need to do a capital D. No, I really want you to delete that. Get branch dash R. Now let's delete the branch on the remote. We want to delete it. We want to delete the branch. Alright, now we do get remote prune GitHub. Alright, now let's start over. So what does main look like at the moment? Main should look like what I had, so I don't know why. This should have a template. Okay, so this is what, yeah, this is what I would expect. Now, if I get checkout B, get push, then if I do, open this in NeoVim. Hey, what's up, Ducky Dev? Long time no see, man. How you been? How is NetGoat going? Still keeping you pretty busy? I'm adding automatic CI/CD building and publish to my GitHub repos. Nice, yeah, that's such a nice quality of life thing. That's actually what I've got going on here with this project, which is just, you know, it's really nice not to have to be able to do all that stuff manually. I have a Python project where I have to do all that stuff manually, and I haven't taken the time. Okay, that's the only change. So get push, get add, get commit in, fix, open, links in new tab. It's because release of NetGo is getting closer, December 7th, also my B-Day. Nice. So you haven't even released NetGo yet? People just been... So how have people been using it? They just been like they're just anticipating being able to use it. I thought people were using it. There we go. Now we just wait. We eat our orange and wait for the checks to finish. But that, I mean, I'm excited for you. I'm excited for you to get your thing released, but I already thought it was released. I've been giving updates on how the development is going, and they're waiting. I even got 3 32-core, 16 gigabyte RAM VMs from a supporter. That's awesome, dude. That's super cool. So what? He just like he pays for the VMs, and you get to use them, type of thing. So I thought NetGoat is going to be like a service. Like this is actually going to be a service that you provide people. Are you going to charge people for it? It's like a hosted service. I thought this was like a local dev tool that people were going to use. I must have completely fallen off. Open source and managed. Nice. Very cool, dude. Well, that's super exciting, man. I had no idea. Let's see, GH action list or GH action something. No, it's GH run. Sorry, GH run list. GH run dash s watch. GH run watch. What's up, Arvin? Good morning, man. How you doing? I've been thinking about our promissory note conversation from yesterday, like all day yesterday. I was just thinking, like, damn, that situation's fucked up. All right, so now we can go links. And now if we click YouTube, that's what I wanted. That's all I was trying to get to happen. I was just trying to get it to open up in a separate window. All right, so we got the link site that we built in Go, and now what we're doing in Go is we're taking a run at building a REST API because I've not built a REST API before in Go. And it's basically for a pretend coffee shop. So we're in the middle of implementing a store class is what we're doing at the moment. Little in-memory store here. Let's see, let's do in-memory store. New memory store. Which is going to mean this needs to be refactored. Hey, what's up, Pablo? How are you? I'm starting at the new job on Monday. Dude, that's so exciting, dude. So happy for you, man. Nothing better than getting the news, you know? Except maybe getting the news that you like won the lottery and you never have to win a job ever. Except for getting the news that you won the lottery and you never have to have a job again. But that's awesome, man. Congratulations. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well this morning. Toxic. Nice username, man. You know what you're about. Hey, bro, I want to ask you how quickly learn a stack and build a production-ready software. Oh man, I don't know. It depends on how you define production ready. You know, you could probably hack something together, you know, inside. I mean, it depends on what you define as production ready, and it depends on what the thing it is that you're building, right? So like, you want to build a production ready static website. I mean, probably a couple days, a few days, depending on like what you want to do with that static website. Pretty straightforward. Like, there's not a ton there. If you want to rebuild like mint.com, you know, that old financial site, yeah, probably more involved. So it just, the context matters a lot. Also, but I also think that that's the wrong question, or I guess I don't know, understand why that would be your question. Like, how quickly can I learn something and then build something that's production ready? Are you trying to use it to make money? I guess, is that what the, that's kind of what the question leads me to believe, is that you're trying to figure out how quickly you can stand something up that you can make money off of. Arvin, it's like they say, if you want to be employed by us, then give us the right to cash out your house just because. Thanks goodness people are waking up to the culture. Yeah, that's kind of a crazy, that's kind of a crazy employer culture, Arvin. My stack is called Do What You Want. I love that stack, man. Yeah, you guys know my attitude on that. My attitude is use the tools you like, you know? So you want to build in Python? Build in Python. You know, you want to use ASP.NET Razor pages? Do that. So we need to implement a get function. So function S is a pointer to a memory store of type T. We need to get it by its ID. And I think I'm going to return T, or not a Boolean though. I don't think I want to return a Boolean. I think I want to return an error. T or error. So we'll say get our lock. Like that. And we'll defer it. And then we'll say return. Yep, but we need to first also, we need to check. Well, actually, we can do this. We can do item present equals that. Then we can say if present equals false, we can return a item, and we probably should have an error, item not found error, but I'm just going to do error errors.new, and we'll just do that for now. And then down here we'll return item. So let's add some tests for this. So func test get. To be honest, my stack is EMMBR. What is EMMBR? Alicia, MongoDB, MinIO, Bun, and React. Morning, Bradley. Good to see you. Well, I've only heard like of 3 of those things. So MongoDB, I know what that is. Bun, I know what that is. React, I know what that is. I don't know what Alicia is. Alicia? Programming? Alicia is an ergonomic framework for humans with end-to-end type safety and developer experience. Alicia JS. Mm. So it's like a back-end framework for people who use the bun runtime. Do they have any example code? Let's see. Full stack dev server? No. Route. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Little Fluent API there. I like Fluent APIs. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I have to try this out at some point. What was the other thing you said? Min.io. I haven't heard about. Min.io is an S3 server. Min.io S3. That website though. You didn't like the website? I don't know. I kind of liked it. It had a vibe to it. You know? I kind of fuck with that. Like it has a vibe. Like the logo, you know? Or are you saying you did like the website, Arvin? Oh, they have support for request validation. That's always a really nice feature to have. Client server communication. Oh, they support TRPC. Also handles multiple HTTP status. Huh. That's kind of cool. They support open API documentation. Yeah, this thing looks really cool. So what's Min.io though? I haven't heard of that. It's a high performance compatible S3 compatible object store, open source. Interesting. So this is something you install yourself? Arvin, I don't mean it's bad, it's just very different and I happen to like it. Yeah, it's super different look, but it's got a vibe. Pablo, it's not bun specific, I believe. Oh, so you can use Alicia and other things? Alicia branding is anime girls themed. Yeah, it is. It does have kind of an anime girls vibe to it. So you're thinking Alicia can be used with Node? Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. Look, Bun, Node.js has web standards. Cool. Pablo is right. So what is this? So you're telling me I can host my own S3 compatible storage? Is that what you're saying, Ducky Dev, with this Min.io? That's awesome. Dude, I'm not even gonna joke. That is awesome. So freaking cool. I'm gonna have to put this on my... I'm gonna have to bookmark this. How do you bookmark things in Zen? Bookmarks. Why do I have so many? Why do I have all these bookmarks? Let's see, manage bookmarks. I don't know why I have all those. I'll forget about this if I don't. Min.io. I didn't even know that was possible to do. Okay, well, thank you, Ducky Dev, for enlightening me. I appreciate you, man. You gave me a couple new things to look at. Let's see. We still have that horribly long list of shit to look at on stream that Steven is never gonna get to, but he still maintains it. Let's see. NeoVim things to look at. Did I still have it or did I delete it? No, I think I put it in files, didn't I? NeoVim, files, things. Did I put it in YouTube folder? There we go. So we need to try Elysia.js. Also try setting up min.io. Self-hosted, yeah. That's really cool. That list is horribly long. Yeah, mixed dev public. It's a girl who made it. No surprise. Oh, that's cool. You don't. I mean, at least I know there's a lot of female engineers, but you just don't see a ton of them. At least building frameworks and whatnot. So that's pretty cool. Salty AOM. She's so peak. Okay. It should return previously added. Yep. Item. It's good. Function. I wonder how many times I'm going to do that. Type function instead of func. That's probably going to be a theme of my Go journey. And then we're also going to have t.run. It should return error when item is not found. Func t star testing. Hey, what's up, Gaudy Python? How are you doing this morning? Good to see you, friend. Let's see, what do we expect? I guess we expect, hello. So let's add the expected, and then item ID. Let's do results or error, and let's just close that. And we'll say if error does not equal nil, t.error f expected no error but got error. And then we'll do if results does not equal expected. Yep. Thank you, Copilot. You're very helpful today. What else? Although I should probably disable Copilot because I still would like to have all my Go reps myself at the moment. And here we're basically gonna do the same thing, and we're just gonna invert it. So we're gonna say expected should be empty string, I think. And then we're gonna do if error equals nil. We're gonna say t.errorf expected error, but got no error. And I guess in this case we don't even need tf, we just need t-error. And then if result does not equal expected, we can say expected item to be empty string but got %s. So then let's run this cd go grind, and we'll do go test internal persistent store, and it failed. F yank next time, FP to paste. Yeah, my vim.foo is lacking, so I apologize. You can save something you yank at a register. Oh, that's cool. Well, so you can save it to like specific registers? Because I know I can yank it to my system clipboard, and then I can yank it to my, like, NeoVim clipboard, but you're saying I can put stuff I yank in specific places? That's kind of cool. Hold on, let me try what he just said. So F and then yank, that puts it in the F register, and then FP to paste from, or star FP. Let me try that really quick. That's pretty cool. I did not know you do that. This is why you should stream, so that other people on the internet can educate you on all the ways you don't know how to use your own tools. Yes, double quotes plus a letter. Oh, so you literally have to type the double quotes. Okay. I love Alicia's branding. Corpse will probably hate it though. Yeah, I mean, it definitely doesn't. I mean, the logo itself definitely doesn't say, I'm a serious tool that you should use at ABC, at JP Morgan Chase Bank, right? But what are you going to do? All right, so what did you say you said? Gimmick said, do I have to be in visual mode? And then star FP. Huh. Yes, so visual mode. I don't even know. Oh, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to distract myself. I'll remember that though and try to practice it. Expected error but got no error. If error equals nil. Oh, yeah. I shouldn't be adding it. We'll just make up an ID. What does test.setup mean? There we go. I was not running the right command. All right, so we did get. Now let's do, what's the next one we want to do? Want to do add? No, get all. Actually, hold on. Get all is interesting because I want get all to actually page through shit. So let's do, I guess let's do replace. So we'll do func s is a pointer to an in-memory store of type T. And then we'll do replace, which is going to have an ID of int, and then an item of T. And I guess we'll do T.err again. I mean, I think you're going to want the caller to be able to know whether or not something was present. So we're basically going to do all the same stuff here. The only difference is we're not going to return T. We'll just return an error. And then we'll say if present equals false, we'll return an error like this. Otherwise, we'll return nil. And before we return nil, we will just make sure that we replace whatever is at s.items ID with the item they gave us. So this is a true, just complete wholesale replacement. Go back over here. Func. Test replace takes t, which is a pointer. Do testing.t. T.run. It's a function. I need to use those snippets more, don't I? Alright, so it should return no error if replacement succeeds. And then it should return an error if replacement fails. Chalks, hi. Replace should have right lock. Let me see. Yep, you're right. That's what copy and paste would get you. Thank you, sir. You, my sir, are appreciated. Assuming you are a sir. You could be a ma'am. Either way. Either way. Regardless of your gender. And I apologize if I misgendered you. But yes, appreciate you. It works in normal and V mode. F plus motion. Then FPW works also on your visual selection. If it didn't work, I can take a peek at your config and find the conflict you have. Well, I may not see, like when you type F plus motion, I don't honestly know what characters in there I'm supposed to push and which I'm not supposed to push. That's my problem. Like, I'm guessing the motion there is quote YIW double quote is the motion I'm supposed to use. So if I do F V, or I guess F, so let's do V mode F. FYIW. Yeah, see, like I don't even know what the hell what sequence of characters I'm supposed to type there, because none of them seem to do the thing that you're talking about. When I go to visual mode, you forgot the double quotes. So visual mode, double quote, YIW. Okay, I think I did it all. Oh, and then double quote. I don't know. I find this incredibly frustrating. Someone trying to coach me how to use a Vim motion in chat. You are welcome. Yeah, man, I appreciate you. It doesn't, but it just doesn't work. That's fine over time. Yeah, the double quote thing doesn't work for me. I have to push shift to enter double quotes. I don't know if that changes. Maybe your life isn't like that, but so when I do FYIW, I end up here. Here, I'm gonna turn on Karnak, and you can actually see what keys I'm entering. So F. Well, I don't know if I waited too long. Yeah, see, like you typed this in chat. You said I'm supposed to do F plus motion YIW. Like, which are these all the characters that I'm supposed to enter? Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like I feel like I'm an idiot. I know Yumix is trying to help me. I'm the issue. I know he's not the issue. It's me. But I just wish I could figure it out because it sounds baller to be able to copy things to very specific registers. Excuse me, sorry, I had a big old sneeze come on there. Maybe the internet could help me on this one. I use the American keyboard layout. Well, okay, you use the American. I use America. I use the America keyboard layout. America. America. Let's see. Copy NeoVim. Copy specific things to register. Also, I should probably turn off the keystrokes. So you do, oh, okay, so maybe this is why. Okay, so you do double quote A, Y, W to yank a word into the A register. Use register, quote, register P. So let's just try this. This makes more sense to me. So we'll do, and then we do double quote A, Y, and then we do double quote AP. I figured it out. I figured it out, chat. Don't worry. I don't know how often I'll use that, but I figured it out. Okay, so it's just double quote the name of the register and then yank. Or I guess you could just do, you could be in a word and you could type double quote A, Y, W, and then double quote AP. I like it. Pablo, exactly what you mix said. What, but like I couldn't tell, I don't know, I couldn't parse what he was saying. I was confused because there's an F and there's a plus sign and then there's a function call of motion. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me for I know not what I do. So we basically need to do this again. QWERTY, Pinky Destroyer. It is a Pinky Destroyer. I recently just remapped Escape to Caps Lock, and that's been a pretty big world change for me. I love it. Okay, so we'll do item ID, and then we'll replace the item with, we'll do replace item ID. Let's replace it with world. We expect no error. Why is this complaining? No value used as value. Oh, that's because the interface isn't. The interface needs to be updated to return an error. I could get used to writing Go, honestly. Like I could definitely get used to this. And then we'll do value or updated value. Maybe I can make this result. Results equals int store dot get item ID. We're going to ignore that, and we're going to say if result does not equal new value, then we have an issue. Actually, let's make this initial value. Initial value. And then we'll do expected equals world. And so if result does not equal expected, then we know we have an issue. Expected %s, but got %s. Oh, I can't stop typing go test. Go. My speed with Go isn't good enough to move to it. Yeah, I'm not fast at any language per se. But I could definitely get used to writing it. I mean, I'm starting to kind of understand the ergonomics a little bit better. I'm starting to understand the modules and the package system a little better. So I kind of feel like I'm sort of starting to find my way around. But I guess we'll see. We'll see how long that feeling lasts. Store. We don't need this. And then we'll do error replace some made up ID and expected we can just replace with, or let's do world. We'll do world. We'll just stick with our theme here, hello, and then we'll just say, hey, we expect error. So if error equals nil, then our test fails because we would expect it to error in this case. Good morning, I love Lamp. What's up? TypeScript just flows out of my brain. That's a good feeling, though. It's a good feeling to have a language that feels native, right? 100%. It's a good feeling. And then we'll do this one now. Remove. So we'll do remove. I think we're going to stick with our same basic API. We'll have an in-memory store. And we need to update the signature of remove to be to be error. So we'll do remove by ID, and if there's a problem, we can't find it, we'll remove it, or we won't remove it, we'll return an error. So we basically want to do what Git does, although we are writing, so we need to actually write to it. Did I just delete replace? I think I just deleted the replace function. What's wrong with me? Yeah, I deleted the. I don't know how I did that. Say remove error, and we'll do. I mean, we're basically doing this, aren't we? I mean, we're basically doing replace, only instead of replace, we're deleting it. So let's do remove. And we'll remove that guy, change that signature. And then we'll say item not found. Otherwise, we'll just delete the item, right? And I think the way you do that is you say delete s.items, and then you pass in the ID, the key with which you want to delete it. And I'm pretty sure this doesn't error. Let's see, if m is nil or there is no such element, delete is no op, which I think means it doesn't throw or it doesn't panic. But let's confirm that with our good friend Gemini. I have an AI channel. Oh, nice. So what's your AI channel about? Like, is it about like building large language models or doing machine learning, or is it more about like covering the models and like reporting on how people use the models and stuff like that? It's called XCat. XCat. You can still do git to check if it exists and error yourself. Oh, that's a good idea. That's a super, instead of repeating that same logic every time. So if I try to delete something from a map in Go, but the given key does not exist, will it panic? I mean, I guess my test will tell me this, but I'm curious to know. I haven't been able to find your YouTube channel yet. Is it called XCat? Oh, there's a lot of these. There's like 3 different ones. XCat 11. XCat _ 11. Oh, I think I found it. Are any of these videos you though? I love Lamp. Are these just videos you're taking from other people? I get the vibes that I love Lamp. I don't want to be a jerk, but I get the vibes you're kind of you're like a kid. or something. No, it's an AI platform I used to use. Oh, interesting. Abdul, I need help. Has it ever happened to you that you have been completely freaking stuck when learning a programming language, like hard stuck? Like months have passed and you don't even know advanced concepts? No, I've never had that. No, well, not panic. Great. No, I have not had that experience. My experience in life with any skill I've ever tried to learn is that if I continue to show up every day and I continue to actually apply myself, if I show up and I do the reps, the skill comes. That's been my expectation. So a lot of the times when I hear myself say, I wish I could do what they do, I immediately want to like grab the words and put them back in my mouth, because the truth of the matter is that I could probably get to some level of ability that they have if I was willing to put in the time and effort to do the reps, right? Like I watch people dance a lot, like on TikTok, and I always think, man, I wish I could dance like that. The truth is I probably could. It's just I haven't been willing to sit down and put in the reps, right? I haven't like signed up for dance classes or tried to learn how to move like that. So no, I haven't. Abdul, I haven't had that experience. I mean, if I've been doing something for a month every day and I've been showing up and putting in hours working on something, the skill has always come. Maybe not as good. Maybe not as maybe I can't do the skill as well as other people, but I can at least do something that approximates the skill. That's just me. 13 isn't young, huh? No, I mean in my book it's half my age. I mean it's like that like you're. I mean my oldest son is 9, so to me it's young. Pablo, no, I've not tried Rust. Well, I did try. I did try Rust, and then I stopped learning Rust. So it wasn't that I've been stuck; it's that I stopped showing up. So if you stop showing up, then you can't expect yourself to learn the skill. But if you're showing up for every day for months on end, putting in time and effort, I would expect you to be able to pick it up. To be honest, spring security is getting a little grindy on my nerves. I'm nearly breaking out. Well, maybe that's a time for a break, you know? Maybe there's nothing wrong with stepping away. You should be able to tolerate lack of experience than lack of intelligence. From Alex Hormozy. I like Alex Hormozy. Yeah, he's one of my favorite things that I've heard him say is do so much volume that it would be unreasonable for you to be not successful. Like, when he said that, I thought, yeah, that basically sums up my attitude to a lot of things. Is like, if you want to be good at something, you just got to do it a whole lot. You got to practice and get reps. I love using Rust, but not coding it. That's funny. That's funny. It's kind of It's kind of an oxymoron, though. Let's see. I love Lamp. I made the channel back in August, so it was before my 13th birthday. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it seemed. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with the channel, but I wish you all the best. The source material was rage bait, in my opinion. It's like AI. Influencers don't shut up about it. Yeah, AI is pretty good for content farming these days. Oh yeah, Pablo was gonna say. Well, let me write my test, and then I'm gonna refactor. So I'm gonna do func test remove, and we will do. Let's see. Let's do t testing.t, and then we'll do t.run. It should return an error if unable to remove item. And then we should also have it should not return, should not return an error if able to remove item. So let's copy all this stuff. And we'll say add hello. This will give us our item ID. Then we'll do remove by the item ID. Yesterday, Prime was reacting to a rage bait about tech layoffs, filler over filler squared. Yeah, I actually was in his stream. Arvin, I don't know if you saw me. I was in his chat a little bit yesterday. But yeah, I wasn't watching, but I was listening to it. I was mowing my yard, and I had the stream in my pocket. And honestly, the 2 videos he listened to, my reaction. This was my reaction. I wish I could find the videos because obviously you guys probably just listening to me, you may not think my reaction to those videos is justified. But when I was listening to there was 2 videos. There was one that was talking about a young man. I think he said he was like 28 or 29. I think he said he was going to be 30 in 2 years. So I'm assuming he was like 28. Renee, no. I mean, I like using Rust-based software, but not coding with Rust. Ah, yes. Okay, that makes sense. That makes way more sense. Um, so there was one video that the Primogen played on his stream where it was a gentleman. He was about 28 years old, and he basically went on for several minutes explaining how he's been looking for a job as a software engineer for about a year, a little bit under a year, right? Like eight months of a year. And I was listening to him talk about this, and all I could think was like, if this was my son at 28 years old, so fast forward, my son's 28, he's been laid off, and he's been looking for a job for a year, and he came to me and said all the same things that this young man was telling me. My reaction would be like, I love you, son, and I'm sorry. I know it's hard, but like, life sucks. Like, getting a job sucks. Doesn't matter what field you're in, what situation the market is. Like, it always sucks. Looking for a job, doing interviews, hiring, it always sucks. And so, being overly concerned with the fact that you haven't yet gotten a job is just a waste of your time and energy. The only thing you should be focused on is doing whatever is necessary to get the job. That should be your only thing you're focused on. Submit the next application, write the next cover letter, go to the next interview, and just go heads down. That's all that matters. But like, making a 6-minute or 10-minute video on the internet about how difficult you're finding it is not, to me, is not a good use of not a good use of energy. I was more irritated by LeetCode's video, or whatever his name, the first vid on Prime Stream, total waste of time. Oh, NeetCode, yeah, NeetCode crashing out about people asking questions that he felt like they should already be able to answer. Yeah. I don't know, both of them to me, I mean, I didn't come from computer science background. I didn't come from a software engineering background. I didn't work with computers or do anything programming related till I was 27, 28 years old, really. I came up as a jock, as an athlete. I went to school for biochemistry. I thought I was going to be a doctor. I worked in gyms. I worked in the hospital, in the ER. So when I hear videos of people like that crashing out or complaining or bitching, I kind of roll my eyes because I don't have a lot of tolerance for it. There are so many people in so much worse positions, doing way harder jobs, making way less money, fighting way more uphill battles than any of these young men who are struggling getting software engineering jobs are. So when I hear it, I don't have a lot of patience for it. Like, I empathize. I'm sorry, it sucks. It doesn't mean that their problems aren't their problems. I just, like, that's the world. Like, life sucks. It's unfair. Things are difficult. I don't know what to tell you. Like, and that as a father of 2 boys, I have a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old. At some point, I'm gonna have to talk to them about these things, and this is what I'm gonna tell them. Like, nobody's coming to save you. Your life is your life, and it will be what you make it, and it's up to you to be persistent and tenacious and a monster to make your life what you want it to be. I it's like, I don't know what else to tell these. I don't know what else to tell them. That's been my experience. That's been my life. Like, I don't know. Abdul, bruh, I've been at it. Trust me, it's almost like I'm cursed by my own thing of learning every damn concept in detail. I just never get to the other end of the road. I'm learning JavaScript, by the way. Abdul, I would try maybe to go to maybe try Free Code Camp, man. I don't know what resources you're using, but maybe start with a more structured curriculum and maybe plug into a group of folks who are sort of walking the same path as you are. A lot of people have learned JavaScript, so I don't think it's insurmountable. Like, maybe it's just your approach is not right for you. Everyone has different learning styles. Arvin, the brutal truth is that the tech world requires both IQ and effort. Approximately 10 years ago, tech jobs exploded to no end. Now it's squeezing back. Some people shouldn't be in tech as a profession, and that's okay. I mean, yeah, we all have unique skills and abilities, right? So there's going to be some things that I excel at that you don't, and some jobs that I'm probably better suited for than other people aren't. I mean, that's just the world in general, though. The world, like success, being successful in any career or any profession requires effort and intelligence. Like, I, it, there's nothing like my problem is like the software engineering world wants to try to make themselves unique. It's like, you're not unique. There's highly technical fields all over the world, right? Like in all types of industries. This is not a singularly unique thing to the software engineering profession, but yet the software engineering profession seems hyper fixated on it. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't know. I don't get it. I plugged this channel on Prime's channel when I was in top 3 chat. Hey, I appreciate that, Renee. Trying to steal viewership from the Primeagen. Pablo, also you become way more hireable. Yeah, true that. Renee, so if we get a bunch of winos on this channel soon, blame me. Well, hey man, I mean, I'm a, like I said, I'm a 32-year-old dad. Bring all the whining. I know how to deal with whining. It's just like being any kind of engineering saturated market. You have to be very good and experience a lot of weight. M6 Maestro, thanks for subbing, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, Pablo, it is. It's just not, it's not dissimilar to any other field. I mean, like when I was in food science, that's a small fucking world, let me tell you, man. In the United States, there's a handful of companies you can work for. You can work on a lot of different brands, but there's not a lot of big companies to work for. So yeah, it's a small, competitive, niche, well-networked market, and you have to know folks. And my problem is you have people who are bitching and complaining about their experience as if it is unique. Their experience is definitely distinct, meaning it is unique to them and their situation, but people all over the world in all types of industries find themselves in this predicament of needing a job and it being very difficult and it being a grind. And you know, and again, it's like going back to like Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant has said this in a couple different interviews, but like, and Nick Saban said it too. Focusing on the outcome is a distraction from the work, right? The work is applying, writing cover letters, making cold calls, networking, interviewing, and you just focus on doing all that shit and until you get the job. Nothing else matters. So you just, every bit of time and energy, you focus on that. You don't focus it on complaining and bitching and whining and saying woe is me and it's so hard and oh my goodness. And yeah, it's just not, it's not useful. It's not a good use of time. All right, tell me your approach. For example, if you were a complete beginner and you were first introduced to the string data type, would you go out of your way to learn everything associated with them in your language? No. That's like saying in order to do basic math, you need to have a PhD in mathematics. Like you only need to know what you need to know about. You only need to know enough about strings to solve the current problem at hand. Yeah. Bradley, I changed my career at age 36, put myself through a university degree while working full-time, learning to code. I got hired just under 2 years ago as a junior, got promoted recently, grinded out. That's awesome, Bradley. First, killer, congratulations. That's awesome. Congratulations on the promotion. And yeah, that's why I'm kind of going on a little bit of a rant, because I know there's people like you out there, and I know this story has been played out time and time again over the course of humanity. Like, life sucks, life's difficult, and the only solution to that is persistence and enthusiasm and a willingness to overcome adversity. Arvin, tech job honeymoon is over, but the learn to code and earn millions in 3 months public sentiment, T-mind, masses are squeezing themselves into tech. It's in their benefit if some gatekeeping. Maybe, but I think gatekeeping happens all the time everywhere. It's just human beings tend to be, we like to be tribal and we like to be insular. And so in most cases, most things evolve to some amount of gatekeeping. Yeah, just learn. Pablo said what I said before I said it. Just learn what you need to solve your problem. You don't need to boil the ocean. Mark doesn't justify a shitty capitalist system. No, I never said it did justify a shitty capitalist system, and I don't want to try to say that. Like, again, I'm speaking from a standpoint of a father of two who has to have opinion. I have to have an opinion on these things because I have to be able to share that opinion with my sons. Otherwise, the world is going to place opinions onto them, right? And so my opinion is, like, is the world unfair? Is it shitty? Does it suck at times? Yes. All those things are true. But now what? Like, because you still have to participate in the world. You can't just sit on the sidelines and complain that the system's shitty. Like, you still got to get onto the field and go play. And so my point of the matter is like, you don't deal with the world the way you wish it was. You deal with the world the way it is. Like, that's just, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's it, you know? You are telling me everyone is equally miserable, so therefore it's just the way it is, just is. I cannot see how that's a healthy mentality. It's not necessarily healthy, but and I'm not saying that everyone's equally miserable. What I'm saying is that the world is an unjust, unfair, unequal place. Always has been, always will be. So if your response to that is to just sit on the sideline and bitch about it, I don't think that's a winning strategy, my man. Like, and if I saw my sons doing that, I'd put a boot in their ass and be like, you guys need to get the fuck up. For all the shittiness, there's a lot of opportunity in this world. Get off the bench and get in the game. So I'm not saying everyone's equally miserable. I'm saying head down and go get it. Pablo, I got hired by a small agency, and in one of the projects I worked on, I put a lot of work and made myself valuable, and that led me to getting hired by a bigger company. That's wonderful, man. That's right. I mean, you got to make it happen. Renee, you can always have a great sandwich and beer. You're right. And the little things in life, they keep you going in the dark times, right? It's the little things, they bring you hope. You pick yourself up and you carry on. You make such lucky kids. Good for y'all. Yeah, I don't know if they're lucky, because I think they probably will. I think in a few years they'll probably be saying, man, Dad's such a hard ass. Like, why is he always chewing us out and getting on to us? I mean, they do that now, but yeah, I mean, my goal is to raise productive young men who can participate in society in a positive way. You know, the job market is putting the work and showing it to the right people. I believe it 100%. And I think we've talked about that before, Pablo, about how so much there's kind of engineers tend to think that the world is a meritocracy, and it's not, which is a difficult thing to accept. I think technical people in general, scientists, engineers, mathematicians, statisticians, if you have kind of a technical bent, you kind of look at the world in a much more meritocratic sense of, like, if you do good work, then you should get rewarded. But unfortunately, the world isn't really like that. The world is more like, do good work, and then you need to go tell everybody you did the good work. And that tends to be the part that, like, people from our kind of bend can sometimes struggle with. We're not the most vocal, we're not the most salesy, we're not the most marketable of ourselves and our skills and accomplishments. Abdul, but like people who have been, sorry, I can talk, I promise. But like people who I have seen who have an actual job are using the JS stuff that I overlook, stuff that doesn't even seem important at the start, like browser APIs, events, that hit like a something. Yeah, so I think, Abdul, what you're saying is people know about that stuff because they had to solve a problem that required them knowing about that stuff. Like the world is too big. There's too much to know everything. So if that's what the expectation you're setting for yourself is like, well, I can't be something or do something until I know everything. That's just not how it works. Most people who have, a lot of knowledge about a lot of things, they have all that knowledge because they solved a bunch of problems, and that problem solving forced them to acquire that knowledge. Yeah, exactly what Pablo said. It's just in time learning. Yeah, exactly. 100%. It's exactly what Bradley said, right? Like, and what Pablo said. Find projects that force you to solve new and novel problems to you. Be excited about those things. Look for opportunities that you can apply to companies and talk about the things you built. But yeah, you can't, and you should just be honest too. Like I had an interview where they asked me about some new API in Playwright. It was a quality automation position, and I just was honest. I was like, I know about Playwright. I use Playwright every day, but I've never used that API. It's there's nothing wrong with being honest and saying you don't know. And then you can always explain, like, well, when I don't know something, this is how I go about learning it. Right? So you clearly have a plan of action how to close the gaps when you need to close gaps. Creator of Elixir programming language unashamedly shills for his language. He says you have to market your work. Fair take. There are so many bullshitters in tech. I feel shameless hyping myself up. No, I don't think you should feel. I feel like you should be shameless about it, because that's if if you are living your life waiting for other people to be your biggest fan, you're gonna be waiting for a long time. So you have to be your fan. You have to be willing to put yourself up for opportunities and have confidence in yourself that you can take things on, right? Like yeah. I mean, I probably spent way too much of my time in my early, 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. I probably spent way too much of my time waiting for other people to notice all the cool and good shit I was doing, and I should have just been more like, hey, look at all the cool and good shit I'm doing. Yeah, yeah, you gotta be willing to self promote. You do, and people will always try to make you feel shitty for it. But typically, those are people that they're probably not going anywhere. uh, I always have that experience. I always think of that also, that whole idea of like people who shame others for self promoting. Um, Also, if you're bad, just get good. For sure, just get bad. I act edgy and talk differently than the typical corporate speak just so I can get myself on the radar. Hey man, guerrilla marketing, it's a thing. I think I always think about that in the terms of like salary negotiations. I don't know how many of you guys have ever been in a salary negotiation before, but it's funny because people always want to make you feel bad when you ask for a certain dollar figure, right? They want to try to, I mean, you're in an active negotiation, and so the one side's goal is to try to convince you that you're worth less, and your goal is to convince the other side that you're worth more, and and they almost try to make you feel bad or like guilty because you're trying to get more money. And it's funny because it's like, yeah, so many things in life are purely contextual to wherever you sit at any particular time. So if you're the person who's trying to get more money, right, my job should be to inflate my value, and their job is to try to deflate my value, regardless of what the truth is. And so you can't feel bad for that kind of stuff. Like, your one goal should be to get yours while you're here on this earth, and you're the only one who has to live your life. So I don't know. Fuck everyone else's opinion. Busy Slim. Developers have a tendency to perfect things. This ain't a bad thing. However, you get loads who will be good at bullshit talk, and effectively better marketers. Yeah, but that's the world, man. Busy Slim. That's the world. Like, you're the competent. I think the Primogen said this the other day. The competent developer will get beat by the louder developer every time. Every time. Every time. Like, if you're quiet and sitting in the back and don't say anything, but you're the 10Xer, the guy who's at the front of the room talking a whole lot of bullshit and sounds like he knows what he's saying, like, it's just the way life is. Abdul, should I just start from scratch, like using a code camp? If so, how is it different from a YouTube course and short YouTube tutorials? Like, should I only do what I have been actually freaking told? Dude, you sound frustrated, and I'm sorry that you're frustrated. My recommendation for people learning JavaScript is free code camp. I mean, I'm sure people have an opinion about them. My opinion is that the curriculum they offer is very good. And then I think the under-discussed thing about their curriculum that is good is there's a lot of people who have been through the free code camp curriculum, and there's a lot of people who are actively going through it. So not only do you get a well-structured curriculum, but you get people that you can talk to and reach out to for help, to help both where you are, but also where you might end up, right? So you get people all along this journey, and they can offer different perspectives and different advice. So if it was me, I would start with free code camp. The benefits of free code camp over a YouTube tutorial is free code camps has very quick feedback loop early on. It's well structured, well laid out, and then you have this huge community that you can rely on instead of kind of an anonymous, faceless YouTube community. So that'd be my recommendation, is free code camp. And if you don't know how to get there, this is their link. I'll put that in the chat. So hopefully that can help. I'm sorry that you've been frustrated by the learning process so far. And what Bradley said, don't get stuck in tutorial hell, which is, I think, what happens in a lot of YouTube cases, because YouTube tutorials are usually like, they're highly edited, highly scripted, right? And they don't actually like expose you to like the process of building something, and you have to figure out all the like stumbling blocks and things that you trip over and the nooks and crannies you got to crawl through. And that's where all the learning happens. So I would agree with Bradley. Tutorial hell is a terrible place to be. And I think free code camp's great for that, because free code camp does force you to build your own projects. Like, they give you a project. It has a list of requirements, and then you have to implement against those requirements, right? So they force you at some point they force you out of tutorial hell in a lot of ways and keep you out of it, because they just hand you projects and you're supposed to go solve it. 100%, you got to break stuff to learn. You do indeed. That's what I've been. I mean, that's what we've been doing all November, is trying to figure out what we don't understand about Go. You know, and the way we learn things is we try things and they don't work, and then, you know, we commit that to memory and we stub our toe, and next time we'll remember where that thing is we stubbed our toe on. I learn from books and by building projects, then reading other open source projects and extensions to learn. Yeah, I feel like reading. So I'm not much of a book person. I do like building projects. And as I've gotten more advanced in my skills, reading other people's open source work has been hugely helpful. Like the other day, well, I guess it really wasn't the other day, it was like a month ago now. We were working with this agent framework by Microsoft, and I spent like a couple hours reading through the workflow API code in here. So agents.ai.workflow. The API that they put together for this workflow is really cool. And the code that they wrote to do it is really cool. Like there's a class in here called the reflecting executor, I think is what it's called. See if I can find it. But yeah, like basically I spent a bunch of time crawling over this code and reading it. And I was like, you know what? I feel like that actually has made me smarter for having done that, you know? And I was like, I'm going to remember this pattern for my own, future work. So yeah, I would agree. Reading other people's work is helpful. I think it's kind of overwhelming early on in your career or early on in your learning journey because it almost feels like I'll never be able to do that, right? I don't I you know. But I think as you get more confident in your abilities, then maybe that makes more sense. Abdul, all right, bro. I'm gonna take your word for it. Going now. Thanks, by the way, to everyone in chat as well. Yeah, Abdul. I wish you all the best, man. I'm sorry that the process has been frustrating for you. So hopefully you can unstick yourself. I wonder if I could create a macro for failed.net build that plays break stuff by Limp Biscuit. That would be pretty fun, Bradley. It would be going off all day. Yeah, that would be a funny thing to do. Do it to your coworkers would be even better. Set it up on their machine. Let's see. This, if error equals nil, we expected an error. That was the one that failed, right? It should not return an error if able to remove item. Oh, yeah, that's because we don't. So if error expected t dot error f expected no error but received error %s error dot error. Man, we went on a little bit of a tangent there, didn't we? It's been a few streams before we've had one of those conversations. I mean, the whole discussion about neat code and the Primogen stream that really that really got us animated. By the way, figuring out that you don't like this job at all is also a good skill to learn ASAP. Oh, that's totally underrated. I'll tell you about an experience I had like that. Well, you guys might not care, but here's my experience with that is I thought I wanted to be a doctor. And lucky for me, I had the opportunity to shadow several doctors in high school, specifically orthopedic surgeons when I was in high school, which was a good experience. I enjoyed it. Then in college, I actually went and worked in the emergency room for 3 years as a medical scribe, while still thinking I wanted to become a doctor. That's why I got my undergrad in biochemistry. And What my medical scribe job taught me though was that a lot of medicine is caring for other people. It's about being a servant, honestly, having a servant's heart about the way you do your work. You're going to have to take care of people who don't want to be taken care of. You're going to have to take care of people that are ungrateful or are difficult, and you have to be able to do that and not let it affect how you interact with other patients who need you to be caring and thoughtful and have a good bedside manner. And through that experience, I was able to figure out that's not me. Like, I just don't have that. I don't have whatever that is in me, I don't have it. And that helped. So that helped me avoid going to medical school, because I think what would have happened is what happens to a lot of people who end up becoming doctors is you want to become a doctor because it sounds cool, there's prestige, there's money. Then you go to medical school, you get out of medical school, you're in all this debt, then you actually enter the medical system and start doing the actual work of what it is to be a doctor, and you hate life and you become jaded, and you end up having a poor bedside manner, you end up treating patients poorly. And I think that's where a lot of the negative patient experiences come from, is interacting with people who have figured out they don't really like the work, but because of their financial situation, they're stuck in it. So to Pablo's point, figuring out you don't like a career field is equally as important as figuring out you do like it. 100%. Tangents are good. Yeah, tangents are good. Bradley, getting late in the world of Oz. Take care, all. See you, Bradley. Have a good day, man. I don't think the boss would agree, though. Yeah, if you're going on tangents at work when you're supposed to be doing actual work, probably not good. Lucky for me, I have no work this week. I'm on PTO. It's just Thanksgiving, so I can write code and go on tangents and do just about anything I want. Renee, dude, that neat code does not impress me. Probably cool YouTuber and all, but if that vid is the general feel for the rest of his vid, it's a bunch of horseshit. Well, most of his videos are just him solving leak code problems. I mean, he's obviously a very talented and intelligent person, right? Engineer. But yeah, that video for me was kind of like, bro, you realize like the vast majority of people in the world are trying to figure out where they're going to get their next meal or where they're going to find clean running water. I don't think you need to be crashing out over the fact that people are asking dumb comments in your YouTube video. I think maybe you need to go touch some grass. Go outside, do some sprints, lift some weights, drink some water, get some sunshine. You mixed dev. Well, that sounded like every job I had before. Well, that's good. See, you mix. You figured out you didn't like those jobs, man. Like that. Hey, you gotta, sometimes you gotta date around. Probably 40% of the population are suppressing their urge to act and talk like they have sense of self-superiority. Neatcode was doing well until he took offense. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking offense. It's just, I mean, I'm not going to say I haven't ever crashed out or gotten worked up about something, but 9 times out of 10, when that happens, you need to eat something. You need to go and eat something. You need to get a good night's sleep. Go get some exercise. Like, the world is not as dark and gloomy and ugly as you think it is. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes that those kind of moments have more to do with your own internal state than they have to do with anything outside of you in a lot of cases. Finding what you enjoy is hard. It is, yeah. It really is. And that's why I feel so lucky that I feel so lucky to be able to work in a field or do work that I both enjoy and people are willing to pay me for. I feel incredibly lucky because that was not, for most of my career, that has not been the case. So I every day when I wake up and I get to go to work and write code and tinker with computers, I'm always incredibly grateful. BB, hi, in which company do you work? or are you freelance? I don't do any freelancing. I wouldn't be opposed to doing some freelancing at some point. I've never pursued it. I honestly, when it comes to freelancing in software, I'm not really sure where I would start. Would love to talk to anybody who's done it. If you'd be willing to give me some advice. But no, I work at a company called OnSpring, which I should say anything. I just put my LinkedIn link in the chat. So if you want to creep on my professional history and see where I've been, what I've been doing, you're welcome to go over there. You're welcome to connect with me there too as well. What was I saying? Oh, that's the company I work for, but my stream and my YouTube content, all my like internet digital life has nothing to do with my employer. It's not reflective of my employer or their opinions or, all those things. All the lawyer things you're supposed to say, I'm saying them now. This is separation of church and state. This is me, and then there's me at work, and there's two different things. Arvin said from a random comment his mask fell off. Yeah, I mean I probably lose. My mask probably falls off once a week or multiple times a week when I get frustrated with my kids and I yell or I get angry and then I wish I hadn't, right? So I mean, it's human. It's human to get upset. It's human to make mistakes. Most people don't do it on the internet in front of, how many ever 300,000, how many ever subs he has, but my advice would have been maybe if you're feeling frustrated by the comments, maybe take a break. Pablo, I studied civil engineering while coding for fun, and then I realized, I don't want to do civil engineering every day. I feel you, man. I feel you. BB LinkedIn. Oh, I wonder why I'm surprised the LinkedIn command doesn't work with other text. That's kind of weird. All right, back to our store implementation. I think we just have one more method, but I think it's the most interesting method. Because we're gonna try to implement some amount of paging in it. Let's see. So we're gonna do a get all method, and we're just gonna do a simple page number and page size. Although I wonder, go. Can it have default arguments? Does not support optional arguments. Huh. Yeah, it's not a big deal. My views are those of my employer, and they are terrible. Well, I mean, All right, I'm gonna come back. I'm actually gonna come back to this idea of paging because I have a couple thoughts about it, but I don't want to get mired in the details there. This should support some type of paging. Preferably, it is abstracted from the caller, like with an iterable in JS or enumerable in C#. But for now, we'll just implement it. We'll just implement it in this simple way. So we'll do func test get all, and we'll do t as a pointer to testing t, and we'll say t.run. It should return all items in the store. And this was the test that was actually kind of weird yesterday because we actually have to make a copy of the map, right? So we got to do what do we have to do? We have to do int store is equal to store dot new memory store. Also, these are not int stores. So let me just, I'm going to rename this to string store. This is what copying and pasting will do to your life. It's already 6:11, man. All that ranting really makes time fly when you just rant. String store. String store. None of these are int stores. There we go. Now that one's an int store at the very top. So we're going to have a string store again here, and we are going to add some stuff to it. So let's assume we have a expected items slice of string in this, and we're going to put hello in here, and we're going to put world in here, and then we are going to iterate over our expected item. So we'll say for item, we will do a range over expected items, and then we will add string store dot add item, like that. Then we're just going to do results, and we are going to call our get all method on the store, and then we're going to use that slices package. Remember when we were doing Learn Go with Test, there's a package out there called slices that we can bring in, and that has an equal function on it where we can give it 2 slices. And I think we can check to see if they're equivalent. So we say if slices.equal is false, then we want to do t.error f, and we'll say got but wanted %s. This would be results and expected. Whoops. Oh, expected items. Now this doesn't return anything quite yet, but it will. Also, does slices.equal, let's see. Equal reports whether 2 slices are equal, the same length, and all elements equal. If the lengths are different, equal returns false. Otherwise, the elements are compared in increasing index order, and the comparison stops at the first unequal pair. Empty and nil slices are considered. So this checks for equality. I think that checks for equality of the positions too, and I don't think that's necessarily going to be something we care about. So, or is it? I don't think I care about it at least at this point. So let's do slices.equal elements in different order. This will return false. Okay, so if the objective is to determine if 2 slices contain the same elements regardless of their order, A different approach is necessary. So you can sort them before you. Okay. Well, I don't mind doing that. We can sort them. So we'll do expected items dot sort. Whoops. Slices dot sort expected items, and we can do slices dot sort result. And now we need to go and implement the get all method now. So this needs to return a slice of T. Yeah. I don't know, but when a lot of humans are faced with crap, they have to offload that negativity to some poor soul. Yeah, but I think that's an unhealthy human being, right? That goes back to that idea of like hurt people hurt people. So that's definitely not a good thing. Like you shouldn't take out your shit. You shouldn't work out your shit on other people. That's not a healthy way to approach life. Func is a store, which is a pointer to an in-memory store of T. Get all returns a T slice. Then we have to iterate over them. Yeah, I don't know. Should I return a map or should I return... I think I just want to return a list of whatever's in here. So we'll do... we'll have our items, which will be a slice of T, I guess? Is that possible to do? Can I do that? Then we say for item in range over s dot items, and then we'll just do items append item like that, and then we'll return it. Expected type argument list. Yeah, I'm not sure. How do I... Let's see what Copilot. Copilot, I think, just returned a map, and I want to return a list or a slice. Let's look at how Copilot did this. This is a generic thread safe collection. Let's see, what did they do? Here we go. Here's their store. Oh, I forgot to get a lock too. I need to make sure I get the lock. So what do? We copy the map. Oh yeah, so I can reference T in my function. Yeah, I don't want to do this, but I do. I don't want to do the map. But I want to do a list. So we need to make sure we grab the lock real quick. So we need to say s.lock.rlock, I think, right? Because we're just reading. And we'll say r.lock.runlock. That's what we did earlier, right? Yeah. So who's complaining and why are they complaining? Expected type argument list. I don't know what that means. Expected type argument list. Oh, is that because I flipped these? Yeah, it's because I flipped them. Oh, we need to defer this. Okay, now let's go and run our tests again. Yay! Okay, so now we have a store. All of that was so that we could have like a reusable store. That's not even the point of this project. So let's go back to our handlers. Let's go back to the coffee handler. We're gonna get rid of this collection thing that we had earlier that was specific to coffee. And instead, we are gonna do a coffee store, which is a new memory store. Like that. Then we are going to delete the coffee collection, and we're just going to fix up all the errors now. So instead of collection.add, we're going to have, basically anywhere we have collection, we can do store. All right, so chat, if you are a Vim Fooer, I need your help here. So if you practice Vim Foo, how do I search and replace, but do it one replacement at a time, right? So like I want to be able to click next, next, next. So I know I can replace everything with %s / collection / store. But I'd like, instead of doing that globally, I'd like to, after a long yap session, Steven, get back to grind set and chat when radio silent. LO. Dennis, %s string gc. Okay, let me try that. Thank you, Dennis. I appreciate you. Very kind. So %. So I want collection, I want store, and I want gc. Oh, cool. So it gives me confirmation, replace with store. So how do I do L is last, scroll up with E or Y? Control E. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Control Y. So this is just highlighting them all, right? Hello, Dungeon. Have a good day at school, man. Appreciate you. Or go to Word. I guess that's not a bad idea, but I like the ability to be able to look at what it found and review what it found. Oops. I think I can globally replace this though safely. So %s collection store G. Now does this not have a remove on it? Why doesn't this have a remove on it? Undefined store? Oh, I think because I named it coffee store, didn't I? Damn it. I did all that and I didn't even replace it with the right name. Okay, so we'll do. This is taking longer than if I had just done it manually at this point. So %s collection. Isn't this? I mean, shit. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. If I have to give up coding to LLMs, like, fuck the LLMs, man. All right, so now we have our coffee store. Now, the coffee, this doesn't return an ID anymore. This just returns an error. So we should say replace error if replace error is not nil, then we want to return http.error w enable to update coffee. And we want http.status code internal server error. This is just going to be ID. What else? There's probably more like that. Remove error, replace error, coffee store.get. This returns an error. So if this is going to be get error, this is going to be parse ID error, parse ID error. So if get error does not equal nil, and we know we also have another option here to return. So we say http.error, which I want to figure out how to return a well-structured JSON. Like, how do I return errors that aren't just text in a status code? Unable to get coffee. I don't know how to do that yet. All right. Now let's run our application and let's see if it all still works. I'm going to use Postman to test this, which I know Postman is kind of hard for people to read because I don't think I can make it zoom in. Let's see. Can I make it? Settings. Themes. Nope. Theme. Let's see. I think I would have to change my actual Windows display. We'll ask the internet real quick. Adjust view in Postman. Typing while walking, be careful, you might win the Darwin Award. That it can happen. If you're typing while you're walking, you definitely want to be looking up. Control plus. There we go. I was like, I should have known that was possible. We are gonna do, okay, we're gonna create a coffee. Yeah? We're gonna create a light roast coffee. That works. Then we're going to get a coffee by its ID. Boom. Now let's try to update that coffee. So update the coffee. So we're going to update one, and we're going to change its name to dark roast coffee. That worked. What else? Then let's try to get all the coffees. We have one dark roast coffee with an ID of 0. So this is not right, right? This is not right. So we need to fix that. How do we fix that? I don't know how we fix that. No, I do know how we fix that. So the ID is always going to come from the ID that we assigned when we built the map. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to have maybe our models have an ID property that we set when we stick it in the map for the first time, instead of doing what I'm doing here, which is I'm getting the ID from the index of the list that my store is returning to me. So that's a bug I need to fix. But we should be able to delete the coffee now. So let's delete it. Great. And if we go back and we get all. Oh, one of my alarms is going off. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get more coffee and then I'll be right back. I gotta turn off. My wife just texted me. She's like, "Hey, one of your phones is going off downstairs." You know, if your wife tells you to turn an alarm off, you should probably go turn it off. If you have to go, if you're not gonna stay and hang out till we come back from the coffee break, no worries. Totally get it. But if you are, maybe you should get a cup of coffee too, and I'll meet you back here in like a couple minutes. All right, BRB. That's actually a super fun way to write code is to play Call of Duty and then in between matches of Call of Duty write code. So I kind of feel you guys. This idea of like alternating back and forth between video games and developing on whatever your project is sounds like a lot of fun. I went up there to turn off that alarm. I don't know if you guys have seen Step Brothers, but she said, "You're waking the neighbors." Arvin, I have to depart from the stream. It was a nice yap session. It was a good yap session. You and you really kicked it off. Who else was here that really? Renee, you guys really kicked off a good little tangent this morning. Also, me and Arvin are learning Erlang, by the way. Really? That's pretty cool. I actually have not ever read or written any Erlang. I've heard of it, but never worked with it. Let's see. What does it look like? Is it difficult language? Is it, let's see, is it dynamic? It's a function. Oh, it's functional. Okay. Is it statically typed or is it, let's see, static typing? Is that a thing? So it's I'm getting the feeling Erlang is dynamically typed. I play games that are easy on the brain in my off sessions. Yeah, I think that's fair. I will sometimes just put Call of Duty multiplayer up on one screen, put some code on the other, on the other screen. I'll play a game, I'll write some code. I'll play a game, write some code. It's a nice way to spend your free time. I have no idea. Erlang is a dynamically typed language. Okay. So what does it look like? Erlang.org. Oh, wow. That's return factorial for n. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Dude, functional languages have such a vibe, don't they? It's just like, it's a vibe. Getting started with Erlang. I just want to see like a more in-depth example. Sequential programming. Huh. So what do people use this for mostly? He actually plays Disney Dreamlight Valley while coding. No, I don't. Okay. My wife's here. Let's see. Replace pin message. Arvin, Erlang, dynamically typed, runs on Beam VM, functional paradigm, has ODD syntax. The selling point is its isolated processes, talking only, using message passing. Oh, interesting. Telecommunications, very cool. Poor performance, but very high fault tolerance. Ah, okay. Interesting. Well, I wish you all the best in your journey. I'm gonna stick over here in Golang for a little longer. Okay, so we have something. Okay, so there's one thing I need to do that Pablo had recommended we do in our store, which I thought was a good recommendation. His recommendation was whenever we're doing an operation that requires getting something, we should just use the get that we've already defined up above, which I like. So let's remove this logic and we'll say error, and we'll do get by ID, and we'll say if error is not nil, that. Then we'll also do that down here when we remove. So we'll do air s.get and air equals not nil. Careful with the, oh, that's a good point. Can I do that? Because defer only works in the scope that it's called. Yeah, I don't know either. I don't think I can. No, I think I can, but I don't think it matters. See you, Arvin. Have a good day. Let's ask somebody who knows more than me. Let's ask our good friend Gemini. Bye, Arvin. I hope you have a great day, man. Let's do, okay. Let's say I have a function that calls lock on a mutex in Go. Yeah, because like in C# that would cause an issue. Like if I did what I just wrote, if I was using a lock or if I was using a semaphore, because the function called to get, I think, well, would it? Because basically the function I'm in acquired the lock, and then I called another function that tries to acquire the lock, but the other function doesn't release the lock, and you know what I mean? So let's say I have a function that calls lock on a mutex in Go. And then it calls another function that also acquires on the same lock. Is that an issue? I mean, I guess we could run our tests and see, because it should just, my expectation would be it would just block forever. We ran into this when we were building the Discord bot, where we had scenarios where we were acquiring the semaphore once and then again. Yeah, that's a major issue. Okay, in some languages, a lock knows which thread owns it. If a thread holding the lock tries to acquire again, the system sees it's the same thread and lets it proceed. Go does not do this. And Go only has two states, locked or unlocked. It does not care. Cannot finish. So I can't do that. Okay. Well, so I guess we aren't going to do that then. I mean, I like the idea, but I don't think it's possible to do that. Oops. So I guess we don't need to change anything here. What we do need to do is we need to start we need to write some tests for our endpoints. That's what we need to do next. So we have handlers, and let's add another one that's like, let's add another test. Let's add a test file here, coffee, test.go, and this is going to be in package handlers tests. Now, does anybody remember from all those 2 weeks of writing Go how to write tests for HTTP? Because I know that you can do it, but I don't think I can write it from memory. So let me try. So we'll do func. Hey, xcat11, or also known as I Love Lamp. Dude, I Love Lamp is definitely like a 13 or 14-year-old boy for sure. Pablo, I think your approach was right before. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that. Maybe somebody else can enlighten me. But I like your idea, Pablo. Like, why repeat yourself if you don't need to? So we're gonna do test create coffee, which needs a T, and that is a pointer to testing.t. And we're going to do t.run. Now, why? Oh, because we need to do import test. And function. All right, so what do we want to test here? We just want to be able to make sure that we can create a coffee. Although we have a little bit of a, we have a little bit of a dependency, don't we? We have a little bit of a dependency issue in our current setup. So our coffee store is defined as a global variable in our module. And so I'm not sure if we call create coffee multiple times in our tests, will we get a new store every time? I don't know. I'm guessing yes. Maybe? I actually don't know. So I'm guessing not. I'm guessing if we run our tests, this store is going to be shared across all our tests for that run. And that's probably not going to be what we want. We probably actually want this store to somehow be shared, or somehow we can pass it in to our tests, right? We want to do something with dependency injection. I'm not sure how Go does that for a web server or for an HTTP server, right? Because if we look at like the entry point of our application, and if you know Go, feel free to like chime in. Like you can chime in chat and be like, "Hey, bro, you're fucking dumb. Do it this way." So if we look at the entry point of our server or our API, this is where we define all our handlers, right? And our handlers are basically just a function call. That's all it is. It's basically pointing at a particular function that should handle this path. Of course it would be my wife. Okay, what am I doing wrong, Kelsey? I love you, honey. So yeah, I think you guys can kind of see what I'm getting at here, right? Is I missed the explanation. So I think you guys can kind of see what I'm getting at there, right? Is like basically in order to actually make this work, I need to actually define the store here, right? And then I almost have to like use some closures, and I have to curry this into the health check handler if I want to be able to inject the store, right? Or inject the context in. And I'm not really sure if there's a way that Go classically does this. So I'm going to go ask Copilot. Because in C# we have the services collection, right? Which is just ambiently, that's the built-in container that we use for all this stuff. Is Copilot down? And we just allow the framework to take care of resolving dependencies through constructor or method injection. I could have sworn you could get to Copilot through that URL. Am I wrong? Oh, nope, I guess not anymore. I guess you got to go to github.com/Copilot. I thought it was copilot.github.com. Let's see, in C#, when building an API, the framework provides DI out of the box. However, I'm trying to learn Go. Does that community have an approach they take for accessing dependencies within route handlers. Like Hano, like in Hano.js, I know they have like a context object where you can set stuff and access it. But I'm not sure how. I mean, I wonder if Go just has a similar idea where it's like Go favors explicit composition. Okay. The struct method pattern, the most common. This is the standard idiomatic way to handle dependencies. You define a struct that holds your dependencies, database connections, loggers, service interfaces, and define your route handlers as methods on that struct. What? That's wild. No way. Okay, so you define a struct to hold dependencies. So this is my API server. Attach the handler as a method to the struct. Really? Okay, so you just new up a server. I mean, I'm not mad about that. I mean, this is like so dead simple. You would almost think it's like this can't be right. You know how when something's like so simple it's got to be wrong? That's how this feels. So you literally just hold on to a pointer. So these are essentially those singletons, right? I mean, you can't really, these variables can't be, or these fields can't really hold on to any state, I guess, or you've got to remember that these are basically for the life of your API server. Huh. I don't know how I feel about this. Okay, so closures. Okay, so this was the idea I think I had, which was you basically curry the dependencies into the handler. And then you have some middleware. So for middleware, this is like the Hano ID, or the Hano context. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So Go uses context.context. So you could say auth middleware, set the user ID, and then you can access this context, I guess, elsewhere. Oh, you access it off the request. So r.context, and then you can get the user ID. Okay. Interesting. I don't know, which one do you guys like? I think this is the closure pattern is closer to what I already have set up on your handlers through the request. Yeah, exactly. So this approach is much more like what I think I've implemented before in Hano, where I actually set the object on the context. I like context as a param. Yeah, this is like, it would be nice if it was hung off here. I agree with that. But it looks like the context is actually hung off the request itself. I don't like Go closures. Yeah, so the closure is more, that fits what we're already doing because I'm already just, but I think this seems more idiomatic, right? This idea right here. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I think I'll start with the closure one because it's simpler for where I'm at in how my app is implemented at the moment. So I think I'll start there and then I'll. You think? But it looks like you have to do that in the middleware. Oh, it's the one you've seen the most. But you have to do that in some middleware, right? So you technically would have to do something like you'd have to do something like add store and then wrap the mux in that. So this is the middleware that's going to set the store on the context, right? So it'd be like mux and then store. You probably actually call this like add store to context, which seems weird. All right, I'm gonna do the approach that I'm gonna. No, you're weird. Kelsey gets priority pinned message because she actually puts up living with me. Although, to Pablo, to your point, if I did do the closure approach, then I have to remember to pass it to every single. Dude, this, I don't know, man. This sucks. What do I want to do? I think I want to do the other one. I think I want to do, I think I want to have a struct like they show. So I think I'm going to do type go grind API struct. And for now, this is only going to have one thing on it. This is going to have a coffee store, which probably eventually becomes an actual like DB context. But it needs to be a pointer. So we'll do, excuse me, store. And this will be a pointer to store.store of type coffee.coffee. That looks stupid, doesn't it? I don't know if that's a Go issue or a Steven skill issue, but that just seems that seems stupid. Let's see, and then we'll have inside here we would then say, oh, we actually want to hang. So if we define this up here, I guess that means we actually need to put that where, I don't know where to put this. I guess put this here. Server.go maybe I'll just call it. I don't honestly know. I don't want to paste that. I mean, it doesn't really matter. This is all for learning, so we can always delete all this later. So do package handlers, and we'll define this needs to be an import. This needs to be an import. And then they said, so now at this point, I can just go into here, and instead of these being functions that are like kind of unto themselves, we're gonna hang these off of a server, and we're gonna say this is a pointer to a go grind API. And then instead of, I guess I'll call this API, and then instead of referencing the coffee store here, we would say API.store, like that. Type store is pointer to interface, not interface. So do I not want that to be a pointer then? We'll see if this blows up. This guy's happy over here. which means if we go back to our main.go, then the idea would be we have a server, no, we have an API. I don't know. Is that the face everyone's making as they're watching this? Is Kelsey saying what everyone else is thinking? That everyone's just like go grind API. I made that face? Oh. And then this would be store. I don't know. This seems super ugly to me. I'll be honest. I'm not totally convinced this is the right way, but I think this is, in order to be able to test things properly, we need to invert the dependency somehow. Well, how did Copilot do that? Oh, they defined it in the same module. So wait. Okay. Let me try something different. So let me move this here to here. Or I don't even need to put that in a separate file, do I? That's just dumb. That's the C# dev in me. So we're here, then we do go grind API here. Now everyone's happy. But does the API still have a create coffee method on it? So if I do API.createCoffee, yeah, because this can't access. This is backwards. This is backwards. Okay, so let's say I want to take the most common approach. Currently, all my handlers are defined in a handlers package as funcs. Sometimes when I talk programming, it just sounds like gobbledygook. Grind API. Like right now when I say my handlers are defined in a handlers package as funcs, like it sounds like a made-up language. How or where would I put this new struct? My main application, my app's main entry point is currently at cmd/API /main.go. Let's see what Gemini 3 thinks of my situation and how it would go about fixing it. Sure, it's taking a long time for it to respond. This is a very common refactoring step. Since you already have handlers package, the most logical place to put this struct is inside the handlers package itself. Think of the struct exactly like a C# controller class. In ASP.NET Core, you define a class, inject dependencies in the constructor, But then you're saying I just have one giant controller, then, basically, is what you're saying. So it's not really handlers. Now we're talking about going back to like a controller pattern. Often just called handlers.handler or app.application, that holds all dependencies and has all route methods attached to it. Okay, I can actually get down with this. Okay. So let's delete this. And let's go here. Let's clean this up. We're just gonna kind of reset everything. And let's do some wishful programming. So ideally what we have is we have a coffee handler. That coffee handler is going to be handlers dot new coffee handler, and it takes in a store. Then coffee handler has a create handler. It has a get one. It has a get all. And it has a get and a replace and a remove. This is so classic, like CRUD application, right? You just like you have these different layers, and at every layer they're basically just you know what I mean? It's just like, it's like we have our handler layer, which has all the CRUD operations that our store layer has. Coffee handler. Which feels a little bit like maybe a code smell, but I don't really. It's simple. This is simple. It's easy to understand. So then we need to define all this stuff. So let's go back over to our coffee.go file. And instead of this, what we'll do is we'll define a type or a struct that is going to be called coffee handler. And it actually, even better, let's actually kind of follow that same pattern that we were following earlier. Let's define a coffee handler interface. And let's do type coffee handler struct. And then we'll have a new function. Our function will be called new coffee handler. And it will take in a store. In particular, it will take in a coffee store. A store.store of coffee.coffee. Like that. And it will return back a coffee handler, the interface. So we will return store. That. So we will return a new coffee handler, and for the coffee store, we will give it S. Like that. Can these be the same name? I think so. Now, instead of create coffee hanging off of this, it's gonna hang off of coffee store, or coffee handler. And we'll just give that the letter H. G-Man, thanks for subbing, I appreciate it, man. Super kind. H.store, oh. That. Then if we go back, we're gonna have to do a little bit more refactoring, but if we define a new interface here called create, right? And all this is just going to have the same signature as what we have here. Let's see, vi open parens yank, and stick that there. Cannot use coffee handler value as coffee value in return statement. Coffee handler does not implement create. Oh, that's because I need to rename this. Why is it still complaining? Cannot use in return statement does not implement coffee handler. Method create has a pointer receiver. Does that mean I need to do that? So then over here, this guy should be happy now. So now we just need to do that for the rest of our methods. This is the fun part of refactoring. All right, I think I'm gonna refactor this, and then I'm kind of in the mood to try another advent of code problem. So I'm gonna refactor this, and then do maybe some more some AOC practice. Or actually, I need to write tests. That was the whole reason of all this refactoring, was to write tests. So we should actually write our tests. Then maybe we'll go and do some advent of code stuff. So get all. Let me just, hold on, before we do anything, let me just grab this, because we're going to have to paste that a few times. And then we are going to do a receiver type, and we're going to say get. And then we're going to say a receiver type of get all. This is going to be a receiver type of that. It's going to be replace. Remove. And then we're going to go up to the interface. And we're just going to make sure that we've exposed those same options on the interface. So we'll say create get all, What was the other ones? Get all, remove, and replace. Like this. And now I think everyone should be happy. So this is a great example again where if we had tests, if I had started with writing tests originally, we could literally switch over to the tab, to this tab, and just run our tests, right? Dummy me did not write tests to start with, so obviously we're back into the manual cycle of, okay, so does all this still work? Which it should, but like now I have to go manually test it. So that worked. Should be able to get the coffee. Oh, that didn't work. Unable to get coffee. So why was it unable to get a coffee? So this probably has something to do with pointers, right? Yonlay, my blood grinding on Golang A? Yes, we are. Okay, so look, I'm adding coffees, right? But I can't fetch the coffee. Which means that likely what's happening is Steven forgot to update something somewhere. And I think I know what I did. So this, if we go to this function and we go to our coffee handlers, you can see right here, can you log your store operations? I can, but I think it's actually much simpler. I think because I did h.coffee.store.add, but the problem is I didn't update the other methods to work with that same store. See, I'm using the original store that's being newed up at the top of the file. So if I get rid of this, now we're going to have some errors. And so I should be able now to do this. Yeah, I know. Like, I was thinking that it was going to be more complicated than that, but then I realized, oh, wait, there's probably a good reason for this. All right, let's let it rebuild. It's running. Let's go back to Postman. Obviously, this is all in memory, so the IDs are going to go back to 1. But now, we're talking to the same store. Let's update this with dark roast. That was successful. Let's get all our coffees. But you can see I'm still having to manually test this, right? Like we're making changes and we're having to manually test it. This is why having tests is so incredibly useful and valuable. And I always regret writing them first. Every time. I always regret it. Every freaking time. Okay, so let's write a new test for this. So we are testing our handlers. We're testing our coffee handler. So I'm going to call this create coffee, test create. And we are going to call this it should return 200 status when successful. I know, it's not very descriptive, but... And then what we're going to do is we're going to test this. I don't remember how to test this. I know there's some sort of HTTP. There's like a package called yeah, this one. And this has like a new recorder on it. But it also has a new server. So I don't really remember exactly how I write one of these tests. I think I have a test for the health check, don't I? No, I have a test for the middleware. So the middleware, what does it do? It news up a new request. It news up a new recorder. And I don't know what the... And then it's HTTP handler to test, and then serve HTTP. So I don't really know what I'm doing. What what do I do with my hand? Hey Steven, I just liked your coding. Your coding vibes pulled me in. Mind if I hang out and soak up some Go grind energy? Yeah, man, go for it. Get yourself some caffeine and come hang out. We're gonna try to write some HTTP tests using Go's built-in support for that. So you're more than welcome to hang out. Let's see, learn Go with tests. Yanlei, me not read the entire code yet, but good luck. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, the code, we're not doing anything really like crazy. We're just building a toy API so that we can explore how to build APIs with Go, right? We're just kind of like learning the basics. It's kind of like the first time you built a minimal API in C#. That's basically what we're going through in Go at the moment. Also, Yanlei, it's been a minute since I've seen you here. Where have you been? Have you been here? You just haven't chatted? All right, this has a section on testing, I think. Doesn't it? HTTP tests. So here we go. So new request, HTTP test, teapot. I love that he named this function teapot. For our test, we pass a response recorder as our response writer, and our function will use it to write the HTTP response. The recorder will record or spy on what was sent. So this is what we need to do. So we should do rec equals http test.new request. Then we have a response, which is not going to be an actual response. It's going to be a recorder. And then we're going to pass that in to our handler, right? So we're going to say, we need our handler for this. So let's assume we're just going to do this inline for now, but we're going to figure this out in a second. So we're going to say handler is going to equal handlers dot new coffee handler. Now coffee handler wants a store, right? So in this case, we're going to give it a store by just newing one up. So we'll say store equals store.new memory store of type coffee. But this could theoretically, right? Since store is an interface, theoretically this could be a mock. You know, since it's an interface, it doesn't have to be a concrete implementation. It could be whatever we want it to be. Then we're going to call the handler dot create, and we're going to pass in our res and our rec, which to me seems backwards, but that's how the signature for all these Go handlers are. You have your response writer and your request. I honestly think it should be request, then response, but it's whatever. Me back from LaGrave. Yeah, college sesh. Yeah, nice. What are you going to college for? You learned bitwise operations in college? Oh, so you're doing something with computer science, John Lay? And then this down here is where we can do our assertion. Assert, right? So we could just say if res dot status result dot status code. Why do we have to do result though? Is that normal? It doesn't feel normal. Maybe it's just res.code. There we go. If res.code does not equal HTTP status code. Isn't there constants I can use for this? HTTP dot status code to dot status okay. Also, this really shouldn't be status okay. Shouldn't this be status 201? Isn't 201 the status code you use for creating things? Status 201. Pretty sure it is. Yeah, created. So we'll do t.error f expected expected status code %d, but got status code %d. So we should do res.code, and we should do HTTP status okay. And then we need to define our rec. Method, target, and an io.reader. So the method is a post and the target is coffees, like that. And I guess I'll pass nil for here. Oh, I'm looking for a constant. Method post. Now, I think this is going to fail, right? Because we expect a body. So let's go to our tests and let's close this. Mr. SJK42, hey man, ever thought about doing a C# in NeoVim tutorial / overview? I really struggled with getting a productive workflow with C# in NeoVim. Yeah, it's a struggle, man. It is a struggle, and there's still things that I don't quite have set up. Like I don't have anything set up to do Blazor. But yeah, I could do something like that. I've never thought about doing it. I don't know if I'm really the right person to give like a tutorial, but I could definitely make a video about like, here's my workflow for working with C# in NeoVim, right? Because I don't necessarily think I'm an authority on NeoVim. I've only been using it for like 9 months, but I could definitely share how I do it. There's also just in case you're interested, Mr. SJK, there's a. See if I can find it. There is a project that a group of people, I've been kind of following their repo. It's called easy.net. And they've actually made some really good progress. They have a debugger set up. They're basically trying to make it so that you can bring in this plugin to your NeoVim config and basically have things properly wired up to deal with C# and .NET. So if you're interested, you might check this out. I'll put the link there in the chat. That might be worth checking out. Now my NeoVim configuration is here, and it's different, but it's what I use currently. But I share your sentiment about it not being easy, and it probably won't be. And the thing is, the even worse part about it is that the Roslyn LSP that you get for VS Code in the C# dev kit is sort of proprietary. It's not really open source. So to get it to work with NeoVim, people have to do some hacky stuff to get the LSP. So I don't necessarily know, unless they open source or make that LSP freely and publicly available, I'm not sure you'll ever be able to get as good of a C# dev experience in NeoVim as you would get from Visual Studio or from VS Code. But maybe if enough C# users start using NeoVim and start bitching about that, maybe that will change. There's a PR. Let's see, Mason, Roslyn, LSP. There is a PR, I think, out there to bring Roslyn into Mason. There we go. Where is this? So this is the archived Roslyn. Somebody picked up this. Like I said, you can't get the Roslyn language server, and so people are hacking around it. Someone picked up this this mantle. Where is it? Roslyn. Also hard to beat Rider. Oh yeah, Rider's good too. Rider's good too. That's as a C# user, as a lover of C#, I really hate that might be the truth, that you'll never be able to approximate the C# dev kit experience in NeoVim. I hate that because I really do like NeoVim. Let's see, Mason, InVim, but unless they make that language server available, it's going to be difficult. I still use OmniSharp in my NeoVim configuration personally, just because OmniSharp that I use is open source, and they do support a lot of the Roslyn functionality, but I don't think it'll ever be like apples to apples. I'm getting sidetracked here, but there's a PR here somewhere. Did they close it? Maybe they closed it. In any event, that's why you can't, if you're in NeoVim, that's why you can't add it, right? So if you're using Mason, which most people do to manage language server stuff, that's why if you go to LSPs and you try to find Roslyn, it won't be there. But they do have, what do they have? They have C#. Yeah, there we go. That's why you'll only see C#. There is a C# language server, but I had really bad experience with that. I didn't think it worked very well. So I've been using OmniSharp for what it's worth. As you can tell, I'm yapping about this because it's something I really want, and I keep hoping it comes to fruition, and it never does. Did anyone tell you how comforting your voice is? I don't know if my voice is comforting. I've always been told my voice sounds kind of nasally and not super enjoyable, but it's nice to hear that somebody in the world finds it somewhat comforting. Yanlei, welcome to the side where programming language is not doing good with other than one editor. Yeah. But I mean, VS Code is great. I mean, I love doing stuff in VS Code. So, like, I don't mind. I just wish, you know, it'll only be an issue if more C# devs use NeoVim. And I don't know. I've only seen, like, one other developer ever use C# to write Neo. Or I've only seen one other developer use NeoVim to write C#. So as long as it's a small population, no one's going to put a lot of effort behind it. Oh, you didn't sidetrack me at all, man. I hope the easy.net maybe helps, or my NeoVim helps a little bit. Maybe get you something you can work with. But I can definitely create a video to go over my workflow. I gotta be good. Yeah, Mix. There is Roslyn.mvim. It uses the official MSDLL as an LSP. It does. It does. You're right. It does. But the way they get a hold of it is kind of not. Is kind of sus. The way they get a hold of that DLL. Yeah, Mix Dev. That's why the Mason registry won't include it. It's, you know, so I feel like if the Mason registry won't include it, I don't know if I want to take a dependency on it myself, so I'll just keep using OmniSharp. I don't know. Maybe that's too goody two shoes of me, but it's just my thought at the moment. I know there's an issue somewhere where the Mason maintainers talk about that. At some point. But if you want to do Razor, like if you want Razor syntax, you know, like if you're writing Blazor or Razor views, this is the only way you can get it in NeoVim, is using this plugin. Let's see, Mason. I've been down this rabbit hole a bunch, but I can't. I wish I would remember to mark these things. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I wish I would remember to keep a hold of these things. You can register it yourself. You can add a custom registry. Just so that I don't want to dissuade anybody from trying. I just personally I'm not working with it. So Mason won't add it to the core registry, so you can add a custom registry if you want to use it with Mason. Like this. Oh, there it is. There's currently an open pull request to add the Roslyn server to Mason. This is the pull request I was talking about. Yeah, here we go. This is William Bowman is the guy that does a lot of the Mason stuff. So you can see like he's basically suspicious of doing this, and so I feel like, well, if he's suspicious of it, he has way more experience and way more has spent way more time dealing with these sorts of things, so I'm just gonna side with him. And if you really want to bring it in yourself, then you can do the custom registry thing, hack around. You can see a lot of people want it though. Like if you look through these comments, like a lot of people want this. I'm gonna star this though. I'd like to. Is there a way I can keep up to date with this? I'd like to be notified if this ever does get merged. How do I do that? Do I have to comment? How to get notifications on specific GitHub PR. Subscribe. Okay, is that the bottom then? There we go. Subscribe. Like and subscribe for bug-free code. All right, this was a complete derailment from the Go adventure we are on. So we want to run this test. So we're going to do Go test internal handlers. Expected status code 200, but got status code 500, which is correct because we provided a nil body in our request. Right here. Which isn't going to work. So what we need to do is we need to say body, and I actually don't know how to new up a body. I think this wants an IO reader, something that implements a particular interface. This just wants an IO reader. So how do I supply a body for this? Learn, go with tests. There's got to be a better place to find documentation. Let's see, go.dev. And we'll go to docs, standard library, HTTP test. New recorder, new request. This one. The provided body may be nil if the body is of type bytes.reader, strings.reader, bytes.buffer, or the value HTTP no body, the request content length is set. I'm trying to find an example of how he builds the body. I don't think I'm going to find it there. So we're going to ask Gemini. Because LLMs rock, okay? If you're new here, you know that I have very complicated views on AI. They're not complicated, they're just middle of the road, okay? I'm not an AI hype bro, but I'm also not a doomer. I'm using the HTTP test package in Go. Can you show me a simple example of how I create a new request that has a JSON body? Here's a simple copy and paste. I don't want to copy and paste it. I just want to see how you did it. Oh, wow, this is similar. Hey, what's up, Boris? How are you, man? Good to see you. All right, so this is a lot simpler than what I was thinking. So literally what we did was we created a Go object, right, using a map. Then we marshal that into some bytes. Then we turn the bytes into a buffer, and we use that in our new request method. I was thinking there was some easy way to do this, which this isn't really hard. I just figured there would be some convenience method I could use to make it happen. So we're probably going to need some sort of helper method there. So we're going to do body, and this is going to be a map of string any, and this is going to have a, let's see, this is going to have a name. That's all we need right now. This is going to be dark roast coffee, because that's the only valid roast for coffee. Okay, light roast, medium roast, no, dark roast. If you have feelings about that, I'm sorry. We'll ignore the error. We'll do JSON dot Marshall, and then buffer. Whoops, nope. Bytes. Is it bytes? Bytes dot buffer. Bytes dot new buffer. And we'll pass in our JSON. New buffer. Pass in our JSON. Is it JSON or is it JSON? The age-old question. So now this should pass. Famous last words, but this should pass. Chilling like a villain? Nice. Yeah, we're doing pretty good over here in GoLand. I mean, I'm slowly picking it up. Right now we're building a toy API for a pretend coffee shop, and I'm currently writing tests for some of my endpoints. Okay, I'm going to create a helper method really quick, because I don't want to have to do that every time I want to send a body. Or I should create a helper method. I'm just going to add it to do. Create helper method for sending requests with JSON. Alexander, sorry about that, man. Your name almost ran off the screen there. Thanks for subbing. Appreciate it. We should probably also check that the body has what we would expect. So it should have an ID. So how do we do that? We have to read the body somehow, right? So if the status code is what we want, great. Now we should also check that the body has what we would expect. So we'll do response body equals something. I'm going to change this to request body. Or just maybe rec body. And this guy can be res body. And what do we do here? Anybody know? What's the right solution? I think it's going to be something like res dot body, which is a buffer. See, I think this is where, for me, I think Go is very simple, but to accomplish things in Go, it's actually more complicated, I feel like, than in C#, because there isn't as many convenience things built in to Go, right? Like the fact that there's not just a res body dot like JSON, right? That seems crazy to me. So let's see how we should do this. Read the body back out to prove it's there. Well, I do this in my code somewhere, don't I? Yeah, I do this in my code somewhere. So I should know how to do it, but I don't remember how I did it. there's a place where we, yeah, here we go, replace. So we do JSON decoder, and we decode it. And so I guess we got to do something like this in our tests. I just heard my kids come down the stairs. It scared me. So we have, okay, so let's focus for a second here. We have our res. And our res is going to be .body. Then we're going to decode this, but not into, we're going to decode this to a res body. And our res body is going to be var res body, and that is going to be a map of string any, right? Because we theoretically we don't know what this API returns us, theoretically. So if we're decoding it, I don't actually care about the error. And then here we basically want to say if res.body should have an ID field. If res.body does not equal nil, or I guess we could do ID and okay, or present, ID present, and we can do res body, and we're looking for an ID field. Why isn't this happy? JSON new decoder undefined. Type byte has no field or method new decoder. Oh. This would be JSON bytes. Like this. So if ID present equals false, or ID is well, yeah, we basically just want to make sure that, what do we want to make sure here? What we're trying to assert is we're trying to make sure that the ID is present and the ID is some number greater than 0, right? So if ID equals false, or ID is less than or equal to 0, then we'll say t.arrf expected ID greater than 0, but got %d ID. Now this is going to complain because we don't actually know what this is. So does anybody know how do I convert any to a type, need type assertion? How to convert an any in Go to an int. Type assertion to convert any to int. The second return value OK indicates if the assertion was successful. Okay. So then I guess I want ID as int. I mean this. Okay, I have to say I'm not trying to like shit on Go because I do like Go so far, but these two lines of code right here. These two lines of code, I mean, maybe it's a skill issue on my part, but ID cast successful. So that then you're going to do ID dot int like this. Oh. Yeah, I think that's what I want, right? So then you come down here and you say if ID as int is less than or ID cast not. So if any of these things are bad, then we know we have an ID that isn't greater than 0 and is not a number. But like, okay, so is there any way I can write this better? Does it, like, that seems painful. That's just me. But if you know how to write Go better than that, please let me know. Call of decode passes non-pointer. Oh. There we go. So let's see what happens here. Okay, it still failed. Expected ID greater than 0, but got a float of 1. Also, why didn't it like my percent? Oh, this should be ID as int. Expected ID greater than 0, but got 0. Okay. So I guess let's print line. What is ID here? So ID is 1. So is decode translating it to a float so that it doesn't lose? So this probably, I need to cast this to a float 64, and then I'm guessing everybody will be happy. Except this guy. %D has arg ID as int of wrong type float 64. MD, what are you building, sir? We are building a simple REST API for like a... Think of it like if you had a coffee shop that had a back end where you could keep track of the coffees you sell and the inventory of those coffees, right? So it's almost like an e-commerce. It's not, I wouldn't say it's for an e-commerce only, but imagine like a coffee shop hires you to build a back end for them to keep track of like their coffee supply, the reviews people submit on coffees. We're basically just building a toy API to explore how to build APIs in Go, or how to build REST APIs in Go. Just more learning, more exploring the Go universe, or as I like to say, Go land. No error handling. Decode method returns an error. Oh, I guess my thought process behind that was if my thought process here was that if decode really throws an error, then the test should break. So I don't care. Is that a bad way to look at that? Because this is testing happy path. So it's like, well, if the test succeeds, then we should be able to decode this successfully. If the response from my API is bad, then it's gonna fail. Because I'm doing a checkup here to say if the res status code is okay, right? So like if it's not 200, all the rest of the assumptions I made down here are kind of invalid anyways. MD Rust baby. Yeah, but it will crash unexpectedly. What do you mean, like, are you saying like this will stop other tests from running? Is that what you're saying, Anonymous? Because if that's the case, then yeah, that's a valid reason to probably deal with that error. Rust, so far I don't have anything against Rust. Yeah. But just to your point, MD, there's always another thing to learn or another thing to explore, you know? At some point you have to pick something. I'm fighting with Rust alien types right now. I came here to learn how do I practice Rust by building something. Oh, nice. Well, yeah. Go build something with Rust. Actually, somebody sent me this short by Coding with Lewis. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on one second. This guy. Copy text. Come back over here. Pop it into here. So someone sent me this short the other day, and he's basically talking about like 5 interesting open source projects. And there's a project in here he talks about called Dioxys. Dioxys? Dioxys, yeah. It's basically it's a framework, it's a Rust framework for building full stack web, desktop, and mobile apps. Have you heard of this, MD? If you're looking for a reason or something to build, this might be an interesting framework to learn. I don't know how far down the line you are with your Rust journey, but this caught my eye and I was like, ooh, that looks kind of cool. I'm fighting with VMs right now. It's the only QEMU is the only reliable VM. I've never heard of QEMU, but I'm sorry you're fighting with VMs. That doesn't sound fun. Also, Stephen, the longer this lasts, the more you look like Coding with Lewis. Well, I've definitely had people who have told me they only stopped to watch my stream and they only subscribed because they originally thought I was Coding with Lewis. Or they thought I was Lewis from Coding with Lewis, which is kind of funny. All right, so what should let's see. How to print float64 in printf in Go. Since you can't use %d, what do you use? %f? I probably shouldn't have used Gemini Pro to answer this question. I just burned a lot of energy. %f prints it with default precision. So I'm guessing this is going to pass now. Heyo, looky there. So, okay, so somebody anonymous was saying that it was bad that I was ignoring this error up here. And so I'm curious if I do cut this out, and if I do set this to something like nil, and then let's see, comment this guy out, and comment this guy out, which means this call to decode ignores an error that should break everything. But it didn't break things. So when will decode throw an error? Decode reads the next. Oh, it doesn't throw though. That's the thing. Like you were saying, I was ignoring the error, but I'm not. It doesn't. It's not gonna crash my program. I think Anonymous just kind of gaslighted me a little bit. I can safely not deal with this error. It's not gonna crash my test. If this doesn't get decoded to the res body correctly, then my test down here will fail. So I think it's perfectly fine to ignore this error, in my opinion. Maybe that's anti-Go of me, but I think it makes perfect sense. Dioxys sounds cool for this. I'm going to stick with this because I'm already getting lost. Oh, yeah, no worries. I just thought I'd mention it because it kind of caught my eye because I started going through a Rust course on Pluralsight recently, and I don't know anything about how you build apps with Rust. So when I saw that short, I thought, that looks cool. I was going to ask what VMs everyone likes. I'm comfortable with VirtualBox and WSL, but just tried downloading VMware, and they literally ask for all your info. I've only ever used VirtualBox. I've not used VMs a ton myself. MD, I was wondering how different is Go from C? I've never written any C, so I don't know how different it is. I've heard people say Go is supposed to be very C-like, but I can't speak to that myself. That's what people in chat have told me before. You should always get comfy with the language before involving frameworks. Yeah. Tell that to the thousands of people who went through coding boot camps in 2021 to learn React before they had ever written a line of JavaScript. Very different, but Brian Kernighan wrote the C book and made the Go language. Oh, I didn't know that. So a guy who wrote the book on C helped make Go. Brian Kernighan. I've never heard of this guy. Oh, he's a Canadian. Brian Wilson Kernighan. I don't even know how to say that. Kernighan. Kernhagen. Chat's always getting me off topic. I blame chat for my lack of productivity during these live streams. Google Translate.
Kernighan.
Kernighan. You'd think I'd know how to say that. He worked at Bell Labs and contributed to the development of Unix alongside Unix creators Ken Thompson and Dennis Ritchie. I've heard of Dennis Ritchie. He became widely known through co-authorship of the first book on the C programming language. Oh, very cool. Well, I guess then Go is probably, solid language. Built by a legend. I guess I have to thank Brian Kernighan for all of the content that he's helped me make over the last 26 days. Who would win in a fight? This guy or the C++ guy? Well, who are they? This guy's 83. How old's the C++ guy? Bjorn Straustrup. So we have a Canadian and we have a Danish person. How old is Bjorn? He's 74. Well, yeah, this guy's probably going to win. A 74-year-old fighting a 82-year-old? That's not a big age difference, right? But, like, once you cross, I think, 75, it's 8. So this is much different. So, like, if it was a 30-year-old versus a 22-year-old fighting, I would be like, I don't know, all bets are off. But when you're talking an 82-year-old versus 72-year-old, or a 74-year-old, I'd probably put my money on the 74-year-old. Although I can't imagine a Danish and a Swede. I can't imagine a Danish computer scientist and a Canadian computer scientist fighting, like settling their differences with a fist fight. I would imagine they would get a cup of coffee, have a pastry, and just discuss their disagreement like civilized human beings. Dennis Ritchie got the function prototype idea from Bjorn. Oh, wow. So these guys collaborated. They both implemented ideas from each other. That's pretty cool. Oh, I didn't realize they work next door to each other. I know nothing about this. Like I said, I did not come up in the computer science world. My heroes growing up were Jerry Rice and Brian Urlacher, guys that wore helmets and hit each other for a living. They both worked at Bell Labs. Man, Bell Labs really, I mean, talk about a company that really shaped the world, right? My hero growing up was Sam Hogan. Who is Sam Hogan? I never heard of him. Cool. We have our first test. Although this feels like a lot of code to write for a test. Because all this code is basically doing is it's making a request to verify if I create a coffee, do I get a 200 response with an ID? This is what this test is testing. This seems like a lot of code. Waiting to go home to do some learnings? Ah, dang, man. I bet you can't wait to get home. We're about ready to have ourselves a cozy Thanksgiving here where I am. We've got some family who's coming to visit with us for the next few days. We've got Thanksgiving tomorrow. Gonna have some football games, lots of family time, good food. Sam Hogan is quite a popular... Excuse me. Sam Hogan is quite a popular game developer who stopped posting. Dang, all my childhood heroes stopped content creation. I think you told me about this guy once before, Artwork Studios. I think we looked him up, because I didn't know who he was, but I think you told me about him once before. Sam Hogan? Didn't you say people like made fun of him, or they were trolling him or something, and so he stopped making content? But he's still making games, he just stopped making content? John Carmack is an OG. John Carmack is an OG, and John Carmack might be one of the most jacked developers I've ever seen. That dude is ripped. MD, is test really important? Like, I'm new and I haven't built a very big project, so I'm wondering. I think tests are really important. I think so. Here's why tests are important. That we've actually been stubbing our toe on this all morning, right? So I've been in the process of changing things about my code, and the only way I can verify that the changes I made didn't break anything is I have to open Postman and then I have to manually make all the different requests. Right now, I just have 4 endpoints and 1 resource. But you can imagine, once my API grows in complexity, to manually test all the happy paths and all the sad paths every time I make a change is onerous. Which is why testing becomes important, because then if you have automated tests, you can make changes and get feedback much quicker, which helps you move faster with more confidence, more safety. So in my opinion, testing is important, and the longer you put it off, the worse your life gets. So I think testing is very important. Today's stream is lasting quite long. Yeah, we are going longer today, but it's like I said, I don't have to work today. I'm off all week. I've been off since Monday, and I'm off till next Monday. So I'm basically just waking up, streaming till I feel like I want to be done streaming, and then getting off. Wouldn't early testing... Victor, cool explanation on testing. Oh, did you like that, Victor? That makes sense? Yeah, it's simple. Like, it's kind of a simple explanation, but to me, that's the value. It's like it's really painful to every time you add more functionality, the effort to manually verify the functionality, or you change functionality, right? The effort to manually verify increases, and so if you have, it's almost like it's like investing in finances. You always wish you would have started earlier than you did, or that at least that's been my experience. As far as testing being premature optimization, I think it probably is. Testing is probably premature until you have defined behavior for the system you're building, right? So like, if you don't know what your thing is going to do or should do, sitting down to write a lot of tests is probably not a good use of your time. But if you have solid requirements and you know what you want your system or your endpoints or whatever it is, your function, if you know what you want them to do, then tests are useful. And you should probably start with those tests. That's how I look at it. There's definitely times you write code and you have no idea where you're going or what you're doing, and so trying to write tests without any clarity is a waste. I know the TDD crowd's going to come for me, but I think it's more subtle than just you should always write tests. I think if you have behavior that you want to encode and you want to QA for, you need tests. If you don't have any behavior that you want to assure, like, who cares? Who cares if there are tests? 199 did some more research on the machine learning thing. Forced to go NVIDIA despite me planning to switch to Linux due to superior support to CUDA. Nice. I have no idea. I've never done anything with CUDA. But it sounds like you're on the right track. Boris, I think if you have a team that's on the same page, can have a person focus on writing the tests. Yeah, I think that's a bad move. I think developers should write their own tests. I don't think you have somebody else write the tests. I think devs should write tests for their code. I think trying to say like, oh, well, I just write the production code and somebody else writes the test for the code that I write. Nah, I think the person who writes the production code should write the test code. They should be the same people. Maybe when you start talking about integration tests or end-to-end tests, they're different people. But if we're talking about unit tests, if we're talking about tests that live in the code base alongside the production code, that should be written by the same person, in my opinion. I think Boris, that's a really easy way for developers to try to get out of writing tests. So, well, we'll just hire somebody else to do that. Is this finally the year of Linux? I don't know, man. But if Windows starts fucking with Windows 11, if they start putting agentic, if they really do this whole agentic OS thing to Windows, I will be installing Linux. I'm okay with them putting AI stuff into Windows, but I don't want them to force me to use AI agents to work with my operating system. I'm okay if it's there, but don't force me to use it, right? Don't be heavy-handed. But if they're very heavy-handed about this agentic OS they have planned, then I will not be waiting to get a new laptop before I try daily driving Linux. But I don't know if it's going to be the year of Linux. I still think it would be difficult to sell my mom on using a Linux desktop, right? Like that's my litmus test for technology adaptation. Not that my mom is a Luddite. My mom's very smart, but she's not on the cutting edge of technology, right? So like, could I convince my mom to use a Linux desktop? Probably not. Could I teach her how to do it? Yes, but it would be a steep learning curve. They are making Windows to be used by aliens. They're making Windows to be used by the AI. Or that apparently that's their plan. How that goes, I honestly don't know. Okay, I think we need to do some validation. So something I haven't done yet in this API is I have not discussed any amount of validating the incoming inputs from the user. I know how I would do that in C#. I don't know how I would do that in Go. So there's a couple cases here that we'd probably want to validate for. So the very first one that comes to mind is it should return a 400 status when the coffee name is when the name of the coffee is not given, right? Which means, what does that mean? Whoops. Function. It means if I do something like this, this already tells me right now I need to refactor this. But if I do something like this, and I give the name as an empty string, right? Or even if I was to give it as null, or like that. Nil, I guess is what I'd want. Nil. But this is probably more of the case I want to cover. If I give it as this, I want to be able to validate for that. So this should not be okay. This should res.code does not equal status code status bad request. We should probably have like a expected status code is going to be http dot status bad request. Then we just can remove all this stuff. I don't care about this. At least I don't care about it right now. So this is an example where I don't think this is going to pass. I think it's actually going to return 200. Yeah, expected status code 400, but got status code 200. So how in Go APIs do you validate for stuff like that? Hey, what's up, Kyle? Good to see you. That is one of the dumbest things I've heard in a while. An agentic OS, absolutely unnecessary. Yeah, it's super dumb, but apparently that's the direction that Windows is headed, according to tweets by the person who's in charge of the Windows, or in charge of Windows as like a product. They're pursuing some sort of agentic OS. I don't know. All I know is I'm getting closer and closer to queuing up my switch to Linux as part of my content creation journey. What we'll do if everything is going to be done by AI? What would we do if everything is done by AI? Well, if everything's done by AI, then I would hope I can just sit back and enjoy my life and do whatever the hell I want. But I think we're a long ways from that, though, unfortunately. Ducky Dev. Hello again. Hello, Ducky. Good to see you, man. Did you come and then leave and now you're back? I know I've been live for a long time when my viewership actually cycles. That's when I know I've been live for a long time. Don't listen to the suits. Yeah, they wish it will happen. I mean, a world where I have an AI that can do all the shit that I don't want to do, that sounds wonderful. I just think we're far ways away from that world. Like WALL-E, yeah. I mean, if I could have a humanoid robot that could like, hey, if I could like be like, hey, robot, come here, take this coffee and go get me another cup. Like, if I could do that, I would totally have an AI-powered robot in my house. I think that vision is a far way far. I think that vision is a ways off. So the easiest way I know how to do this would be, I could explicitly check here, right? So I have my create coffee request, and so I could say if rec.name equals this, or I'm guessing there's another check I can do, strings dot empty, or I actually don't know how to do this. Again, this is where Go to me kind of falls down next to C#, because C# literally just has a method called string.isNull or empty, right? So Go how to check for empty string or white space only. Checking for string with only white space. So you trim the space and then you check for an empty space. Okay. I mean, it's simple, but it's also like, why isn't there just a convenience method then? Ducky Dev, my fat ass would 100% eat and sleep. MD, every time I open YouTube, you are the first column of videos list. Oh, really? Nice. Well, I hope that's nice for you. I mean, I don't want to crowd out the rest of your algorithm. MD. I'm hoping you're still able to find all the content you want. I don't think I would eat and sleep all the time. I think if I didn't have to do all the things I didn't want to do, I would just lift weights, drink coffee, write code, hang out with my kids, hang out with my wife, take some trips. You know what I mean? Like, there's lots of things I would do with my time if I had an AI that did all the other stuff I don't want to do. Like, it's to me, it's not challenging to figure out what to do with my time. People always act like that. They're always like, well, you don't want to retire because then you'll have nothing to do. What? Yes, I do want to retire because I will have plenty of things to do. It makes no sense. Okay, so if this is true, then HTTP error, and we'll say W name is required, and then we'll do http.bad request. Now, I think you guys are probably going to see where I'm going next. If I have to do this for every property I add to the coffee that could be a string, that would be kind of painful, right? So how do people do validation Go HTTP request validation. How do people do this? Make this a little bigger. Rather simple, but works well. Binder interface. I ran into this the other day, caught my attention. Okay, that's just a bunch of, there's nothingness there. You muted yourself and you thought I was muted? Who said I don't want to retire? No, I think it's not that retirement is a word I use to describe a world in which working is optional. That's the way I use retire, right? So I'd rather retire by 30. Oh man, retiring by 30 would be nuts. I mean, I'm 32, so I already crossed the threshold there, but God, if I had been able to retire 2 years ago, that'd be crazy. Insane, yeah. Insane indeed. You can use a JSON schema to validate the body, then unmarshal yourself if validation is successful. Do not like Gen. Fiber has not built-in valid package. Use Go Playground Validator. Huh. So there's really not kind of a built-in way to do this. You're just gonna you need to use some sort of third-party package or implement your own solution. I wonder, I'm guessing under the hood these are using some sort of reflection to do this. Huh. Well, I'm gonna implement it myself, and I'm gonna do it. How I'm gonna do it is this: I'm gonna go into the Create Coffee, and I'm gonna define a method that's basically is valid, and I'm gonna put all my checks there. I'm gonna try and get rich fast. Maybe start a get rich quick scheme. I want to get rich, but I don't think it can be done fast. Or I think you have a low probability of success if you try to get rich fast. I think a much better strategy is to try to get rich slowly. But that's just me. All right, guys, I'm going to go get more coffee. And then we'll come back and we'll probably stream for another half hour, and then we'll hang it up for the day. So if you're going to go, I totally understand it. If you're going to stay and hang out, great. I'll be right back with more caffeine. Yeah, it's definitely not mitochondria. The powerhouse of the cell is whatever takes caffeine and blocks your adenosine receptors, I think is what caffeine blocks. Prevents you from being able to get sleepy. How long you are streaming these days? A noob, I typically stream from 4:15 to 7 a.m. on like normal days. But since I'm on vacation this week, I've been streaming later. Like I'll probably stream for another 20-ish minutes and then hang it up for the day. If you mean like how long I've been streaming in general, like how long have I been making streams on YouTube, then like 9 months, 10 months, since like January of 2025, December of 2024, something like that. Guys, let's flood chat with questions. Steven, what coffee do you like? So I'm kind of basic. I mean, I'm like I always say, you guys are gonna get sick of me saying this, but I am a 32-year-old father of 2, so I have 2 people's colleges to worry about, my own retirement, my wife and my's retirement to worry about. So I am pretty cheap when it comes to stuff. So I actually buy a brand at Walmart called 8 o'clock coffee. This is the brand that I always buy. They have like a big bag that you can get at Walmart for like $17 or something like that. This is what I buy. Maybe one day they'll sponsor the stream. It's good. Tastes good. I use it in my espresso machine. I also will do like regular, pour overs or really I'll brew any kind of, any brew method. I'll use this coffee basically. So if you know somebody at 8 o'clock coffee, let them know. I'd be happy to have them as a sponsor. I drink their coffee every morning while I stream. Also, Steven, do you know during my class presentation, my friend did the 6-7 thing? Also, that coffee looks nice. The coffee's good. As far as the 6-7 thing, I guess more power to him. More power to him. Okay, so I'm actually gonna do something like this. I'm gonna put coffee in its own directory, and I'm gonna do move you to here. And I'm gonna rename you handler. Did that work? Yeah. And then I'm gonna move you up into that directory. And I'm going to rename this handler test. Excuse me. And then I'm going to do one called request, or maybe request.go. And I'm going to have another one called responses.go. And then I'm going to come in here. I'm going to pull you out. I'm going to put you over here. Package handlers. Then I'm going to take this guy. Put this guy over here. Whoops, not Kernigan. Package. So these are still in the same package. I'm just breaking them up into files and in a directory that makes sense to me. Why is this complaining? Undefined handlers.new coffee handler? What? What did I do? It's still right there. Is it because I moved it? Oh, I guess it is. Excuse me. And now this guy's gonna be upset, so I have to do this. Why? Wait, I can't. Can I not organize my project that way? Huh. I guess I didn't understand how projects could be organized in Go. I wonder why the teacher didn't deduct our marks. Maybe she's just got a good sense of humor, you know? Or him. I don't know if your teacher's a guy or a girl, but maybe they just got a good sense of humor. So I can't do that. So I can't have a package split over multiple directories? Is that what you're telling me? Gemini. In Go, can I have a package split over multiple directories? Because basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to have a directory called handlers. Or I'm trying to have a package called handlers. But I'm trying to subdivide it into handlers coffee, handlers health. That's what I'm trying to do. The short answer is no. In Go, a package is strictly bound to a single directory. You cannot have files in directory A and files... Oh, okay. Well, that sucks. One directory equals one package. Go enforces a strict relationship between the file system and the package name. I guess I missed that. I must have not understood that. As soon as you create a subdirectory, you are creating a new package. Well. So then I guess theoretically I could get around this by naming the package, you know. Let's see what Gemini would do in my case. Boris, why not use symbolic links? That seems not good. But maybe good? I don't know. Seems like now we're mixing something that we shouldn't mix, but maybe. Just make multiple symbolic links pointing to the same directory. You can name them whatever you want. So what happens if I move my Git repo to another machine? Do those symbolic links come with me? Like when I git check in, you know what I mean? I honestly don't know. I'm gonna see what Gemini is gonna say about this. So I want to have a package. No, they wouldn't. The link would be broken. Yeah, see, so that doesn't work. And I work across multiple machines quite a bit. I want to have packages called. I want to have a package called handlers. But I'd like to organize it across directories, like so. if I can't do that, how would you recommend naming the sub packages? Could I do handlers dot coffee dot something or other? I don't know. I don't even know if periods can be in package names. Probably not. What are you trying to install? I missed that. Whatever you're doing, I missed what you were trying to install. Oh, nice. Yeah, man. That's wonderful. You would think installing Ubuntu would be something you just take for granted that just always works. The package name should match the immediate directory name. Okay, I understand that. Your approach above introduces a very common problem. You likely already have a package coffee somewhere else. Yes. In a models or core folder. Yep. If you import both, Go will error. Yes. So named imports. You must rename one or both at the point of import. A better alternative, flat handlers. Because of the import collision annoyance described above, the standard recommendation in Go for this specific scenario is to flatten the handlers package. Yeah, but I don't want all my shit in the The reason I did this was because I didn't want all my requests and the handler code and the responses in the same file. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, and I'll just use the file names to denote this. So I'll say coffee handler.go, and then I'll do coffee requests.go and coffee responses.go. And then again, we'll basically say you go here. Is that responses? No, that's requests. To me, I know this doesn't seem like interesting bits, but to me, this is the interesting parts of learning a new language and learning a new ecosystem is figuring out how do you lay out a project, right? Where do you put your code? How do you organize it in a way that makes sense to you? And then while you're doing that, you inevitably run into all the things you didn't know, right? Or the things you didn't understand. And then let's just move this guy. I don't want to have to copy all this, so let's just move this up. And then we'll move this guy up. Wow, I Love Lamp is here. I didn't realize you were here. My wife just asked if I was still streaming. Hold on. I'll probably stream for another 5-ish minutes, and then I'm gonna jump. So let's delete this directory because that was a bad idea, apparently. And then let's delete this guy. We'll rename this to coffee handler, and we'll rename this to coffee handler test. And then we can delete these. Excuse me. We'll go back to our main file. Everyone's happy again. Steven gets his stuff organized the way he wants it. So we'll go back to coffee handler. So we have our struct, we have our interface, we have a function to new up the coffee handler, and then we have our actual handle functions in here. So let's go through and clean up the rest of these responses. I think that was the only other one. Okay, so then what we're going to do, the whole reason of doing that is because now on my request, I want to be able to define a method that basically, is this a valid request? So this is going to be a create coffee request. Let's just define this as R. And this is going to be called validate, like that. And this is going to return two things. It's going to return if it was valid or not, and it's also going to return a list of errors, which is supposed to be defined the other way. And for now, this is pretty simple. All we do is we say errors is a slice, like this, of strings. And is valid is going to start as true. And we're going to return is valid and our errors. And then we're going to go through our checks. So the first one, we're just going to do strings dot trim the space and check to see r dot name. Check to see if that equals an empty space. Then we are going to say is valid is false. And we're going to add something to our errors collection, which is going to be name is required. And actually, this should actually be the JSON name. So is there a way through reflection we can access this? So let's see. I want to do a new chat. Is there a way in Go through reflection, given this struct, I can access the name field's JSON name? Dude, my my work Slack just lit up. Who's working on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving? I feel like it was understood that nobody works on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Let's see what Gemini 3 thinks. This is probably an unpopular opinion, But even when I'm on time off, I still check my email and my Slack because I hate coming back from vacation and having to slog through email and Slack. So I just keep up with it even when I'm on time off. Retrieve the field specific name by its Go name. Get the value of the JSON key in the tag. If your tag looks like this, it will return the entire string. If you only want the name part, you'll have to split the string manually. Well, that seems like a lot of work. I'm just going to say name is required. So then what we can do is back at our handler or our controller, whatever you want to call it. We're basically recreating MVC, aren't we? Like, we're at this point, I mean, it's not exactly model view controller, but we're basically recreating the same type of experience. We have our handler. It's like a minimal API. We have our handler, which is that delegate, and then we have some request objects and some response objects, and yeah. It's funny how like everything boils down to like the same patterns. You know, this is more like a Reaper pattern, right? Request, endpoint, response. So then what we can do is up here where we call the create. Now instead of doing this right here, we can say rec. We can say errors is valid, and we can say rec dot validate, like that, and then we can check and say, hey, if is valid, we'll say request errors. If is valid equals false, I guess we just need one false. Then we'll do request errors. Yeah, that's good. This wants a string, doesn't it? Oh, this should be flipped, huh? Should be. Oh, these need to be flipped. You know what? We can also, we don't need to do this. We can actually derive is valid from the length of errors. So we can say length of errors is greater than 0. We know it's not valid, right? So we don't need to keep track of two variables. We'll just say the state of errors is always starts with 0, and then if we add errors to that collection, and we'll just derive the is valid off of that. So I know the HTTP method has all of these helpers, which I can't really read. Is there a way to return like structured responses? Let's see. Go HTTP server, return structured error, not just string. You need to define a custom error struct, then serialize it in your HTTP response. Man, there's just not, there's like you're just, if you're using the standard Go library, there's just not much built in there in way of convenience. You always have to fall back to implementing it yourself. it's like being in JavaScript land, you know? Like being in Go world is like being in JavaScript world. It's like, yeah, you can do that. Here's all the raw primitives to do it yourself. Kirk, you can implement the errors package so you can use join and unwrap. So is the errors package built into Go, or is that a separate thing? Errors Go package. This repository was archived. So there is an error. It's built in. You have tools like .as and is, which are important for big projects. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, which is fine. It's just I guess at this point I'd like to be able to here's what I'd like to I'd like to be able to do something like http.json error, you know? And then I'd like to be able just to say w request errors and this http.status bad request. All errors and goes are string, no matter the types. They are eventually propped up as errors. Yeah, I'd like to be able to do something like this, but this doesn't exist, right? So I have to implement this myself. So I'd have to say send JSON error and then pass the writer. And I just need to have some utility function. I wonder if there's a problem in C# I'd use problem details. Send problem details like this. I wonder if there's something like that in Go. Go problem details package. If not, maybe we can build one. Somebody already did it. Lovely. The problem detail struct can be used as error because it implements the error interface. The problem type interface can be used to create predefined problem details with extensions and also implements the error interface. So this will generate a problem detail struct that marshals as follows. For ease of use, there are two output handlers available, serve.json for JSON and serve.xml for XML. A shorthand for generating a 404 status code in problem details JSON to the response writer, you can say problem details.new HTTP serve JSON. That's nice. Yeah, that's super nice. When's the last time this was updated? 6 years ago? But I'm guessing there's probably not much to add here. I mean, it's implementing an RFC, so if the RFC hasn't really changed much, there's not really much more for them to update. But that's kind of what I want. Like I want like my happy-go-lucky.net experience. Kurt Kenny, of course. Yeah, of course somebody's implemented it. There aren't many error packages because it's such a brief thing to do. Ah, fair enough. That's fair. You just always want, like, I feel like whenever I work with an API, and in this case I'm talking about a REST API, but whenever I work with a REST API, I always get frustrated when the errors aren't like a standard shape, you know? Where it feels like the errors were sort of treated as like second-class citizens. People didn't actually think about responding with good detailed errors. So because I care about that whenever I'm building a REST API, I always care about it a lot. So I want an easy, concise way to express that. Doesn't look like that exists without bringing in a package or implementing it myself. Boris, what's a good C# book or tutorial? One of the first well, I think Free Code Camps, they have a partnership with Microsoft Learn. So if you just want to learn the language, like the C# language, wow, it's 9:10. I told my wife I was almost done streaming. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna answer this question and then I'm gonna have to wrap up. So, what was I gonna say? So I think this right here is good, Boris. If you're interested in just learning the basics of C#, the language, this is a good place to start. I think is a good place to start. If you're interested in, once you have the basics of the language down and you're interested in building stuff, there's some YouTube creators that I like a whole lot that I learned a lot from. There's a gentleman named I Am Tim Corey who's got good tutorials. There's a guy named Nick Chopsis. He doesn't do much tutorial content, but he does have a lot of helpful, like, gotchas and here's some cool things you can do type of videos that are pretty helpful. I like him. There's a guy, if you're into Blazor, there's a guy that does a lot of great Blazor content, or if you want to get into Blazor, named Patrick God. I know, what a name, right? He's got, which I can't believe I'm not subscribed to his channel. He's got some good content, Patrick God. If you're willing to pay, though, if you're willing to pay for education, I think the best C# education right now is on DomTrain. And DomTrain is actually Nick Chopsis' company, that YouTuber I showed you. And I think I'm saying his name right. I might be saying his name wrong. But if you're willing to pay, I think these courses are probably the best courses out there for C# education. They're the most up-to-date, most relevant, most modern, in my opinion. So if you're willing to pay, that's what I recommend. So that's where I'm at, Boris, on my C# tutorial recommendations. Free Code Camp, YouTube for free stuff, DomTrain for paid. Let's see, Kurt Kennedy, big Go projects, you set up errors and channels. You never want to jump in with that halfway through. You want to have your error types appendable and good names. Couldn't agree more. I used to watch this guy Fritz a lot. Yeah, Fritz is good too. He actually works for Microsoft. I didn't know that. What is it? Isn't his channel like C# Fritz or something? Yeah, I think it's... he works for .NET, but he has his own channel, I'm pretty sure. He works for Microsoft on the .NET team, but I could have sworn he has his own... I think his name is Jeff Fritz. I think is his real name, Jeff Fritz. Maybe he doesn't have his own channel. I could have sworn he had his own YouTube channel, but I don't see it. Maybe when he got hired from Microsoft, he pulled some of it down. But yeah, he's got good stuff too. Blazor web components. Yeah, he does good. Makes good content. So yeah, I've watched the first guy a few times. Thanks though. C# is a pretty powerful language and it's growing. I hope so. I mean, I hope some of the content I make and some of the stuff I do on my channel and my stream will help other people at least get interested in it. I think the problem with C# is just most people just write it off. Like most people don't even give it a try. They're just like, C#, yeah, that's Microsoft. That's the evil empire. That's for enterprise. That's legacy. That only works on Windows. And so hopefully though I can help contribute to changing that a little bit. All right, guys. I'm going to hop off here and go hang out with my family. We've got some folks coming into town. I'll still be streaming tomorrow, and tomorrow's Thanksgiving, but I stream so early in the morning that what else am I going to be doing, right? So I will be here tomorrow and through the rest of the week. So if you're around, please stop in and say hi. Otherwise, let's do our normal wrap up, yeah? So first and foremost, if you're new here and you want to interact with me or any of these guys in chat, the best place to find us is Discord, which I'll put the link in the chat one more time. If you're new here and you'd like to maybe come back and hang out and you think, hey, when's this guy live? I typically stream each morning from, I just put the schedule in the stream too. I typically stream from 4:15 a.m. to 7 o'clock a.m. So I know it's kind of early for those of us who are here in the United States. So if you're an early riser and would like to drink your coffee with me and get ready for the day and maybe work alongside me with some code, you're welcome to join in. If not, if it's just to pop in and say hi, I always appreciate that too. Otherwise, the streams are always up on the channel, so I leave my VODs up. They're available. You don't have to be a member or anything to watch them, so you're always welcome to watch them after the fact. The plan for the rest of the week is more of building projects in Go. So we'll probably play around with this REST API, maybe work on a CLI tool. But on the 1st of, what is it? On the 1st of December, we are going to take on Advent of Code. That's what we're going to do on stream for the month of December, is we're going to do Advent of Code. If you never heard of Advent of Code, I'll post that link in the chat right there. AOC. And that's our plan. So if that sounds interesting to you, please come back. Please hang out. I'd appreciate it. It'd be fun. Otherwise, I'm going to run, guys. If you're having a, if it's Wednesday for you, I hope you're having a good Wednesday. If it's already Thursday for you, have a great Thursday. If I don't get to talk to you on Thanksgiving, I hope you have a great Thanksgiving if you're here in the United States. Otherwise, I'll leave you guys. Bye, I Love Lamp, who's spamming the chat with commands. Bye, Artwork Studios. Sadat, bye. See you. Have a nice one. Appreciate you hanging out. Bye, Boris. Appreciate all the chatting, man. Appreciate you. Born to Shine. Good to see you. Kirk. Appreciate all your Go knowledge, man. Really do. Thank you so much for being so generous. All right. Rest of y'all. Bye, chat. Bye. See you guys. Have a good day.